Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice with Super Ball, investigating some items that we received from... Oh, sorry, hold on. Got to remember to mute the feed. And that one as well. All right, so who is in the chat today? We got some items that we will unwrap. MEG, good morning to you. JWD and Just Shamrock, Missy Russell, thank you so much for joining us. Deanna May, thank you, and thank you for your text. I hope that you, well, I just hope that things are going in a positive direction. I think they are. Missy Russell. Super Ball wants to open up. Super Ball is going to help the unwrapping here. The unwrapping. All right, hold on. You're sitting on my keyboard, dude. All right, Deanna May, Just Shamrock, Shirley Roth, who is with us. Everybody's with us today. Good. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Therapist, hello to you. Now, if I can just get Super Ball to get off my keyboard, I'll be in good shape. Nanar, how are you? Yeah, yep. You see Slim? He's hanging out. Slim is ready to play a song. Exactly. All right. Is Drunky with us? And Fala and Drunky? All right, so we'll do some unwrapping once they get into the fold. But I have something I want to show you guys before we start today. This is an interview I found of Kimberlee. Let's see. All right, here's an interview I found of Kimberlee. Thought this would be interesting to play. Excuse me. All right. All right. I'm going to have to move myself over here. Nope, not that. Not sure what that is. This. All right, let's check this out.
Mentally insane. He knew exactly what he was. He's not mentally insane. He knew exactly what he was doing.
The only survivor of 3 stabbing attacks allegedly committed by Carlos Dominguez says she thinks Dominguez premeditated these attacks, as she believes he watched and waited for her to enter her tent at a homeless encampment the night of May 1st. Describing him during the attack as angry and calculated, not insane. Here's Dominguez in court Monday, the only time he spoke.
I would like to take it on myself if possible.
His attorney said Dominguez is not mentally competent. Court proceedings now stalled, pending a psychiatric assessment.
I think he's faking it. I think he's, I mean, of course. He planned all of this in his mind. Why, I don't know, and we'll probably never know.
Guillory now on a mission to take a stand for herself and the 2 victims who died. Now she's their voice, hoping this case goes to trial. And if it does, she plans to speak out.
If I do testify, I want to be in front of him. And I want him to know that I'm going to, I'm not going to stop until he gets life in prison at least without parole.
So strong. I spoke with her briefly from her hospital bed via telephone, and she sounds so much better right now. I'm so glad she's recovering.
Absolutely.
So I thought that was interesting, right? And yes, Deanna May will not be in court today. Really tired, still recovering from surgery, listening to her body. So we appreciate that. Hey, Golden Girl, how are you? Mel Stiller, how are you? Shirley Roth, she can say how she feels. She's the victim. Yep. Hey, Brenda, how are you? Thank you for joining us. It's Northwest there. There you are, Northwest. Thank you for joining us. It might not be, right? We're not sure. The judge didn't quite make that decision yet. He said he was going to make that decision today. So I think that's still up in the air. As far as what he said yesterday, he was going to make that decision today. Excuse me. So let's see what he does today. We're not quite sure yet. All right. If it is an early day, he said 3-ish. That's what he said earlier in the week. So is Drunky the Bear with us? Runs with Scissors is with us. Good morning to you. Kathy Davis, busy morning. Hello to you. Widespread Panic, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Oh yeah, JWD, I'm hoping you're feeling better. I didn't read back through all the chats, but Mel, I'm not following this case, but I'm definitely following this channel. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, Mel. All right, so we have a theoretically a 12:30 start, 9:30 Pacific time. Fala is coming. All right, Fala is making her way to the podium, as it were. Well, Super Ball's sitting on Fala's. No, wait. No, Super Ball's sitting on. All right, so this is okay. So that's Fala's. This is Drunky the Bear's. So how's everybody doing today? It's Friday. Kathy, gift membership is about over, so I tried to join. Not sure if it worked. You're green, as therapist said. You're green, so I think you're okay. Slim Pickens, looking ready for the weekend. He's all chill. Slim's chilling out. Rachel, I love. There you are. All right. So this came from Fala. So we wanted to unveil it while everybody was watching and while Fala was here. So Fala graciously sent us a 4-pack box cutter utility knife. So thank you for that, Fala. Appreciate that. All different kinds of colors. And next time we open up a package, we will be sure to use. This is not an endorsement. This is what Fala gave us. Oh, Super Ball. Super Ball's monitoring. Do you approve? Do you approve said? All right. Let's see if Super Ball approves. All right. But the big question is, does Super Ball approve it? So thank you, Fala, for that. That's very sweet of you. And we will use this next time we have a package to open. So thank you for that. Oh, with refills. Oh, let's see, with refills. Oh, yeah. See? Super Ball. Do you approve? Do you want to check it out? All right. I think that means she approves it. I think it gets the official approval of Super Ball. So, thank you for that, Fala. Appreciate that. The box is for the kitties. Fair enough. We will save the box as well. All right. Hey, Irish Amy, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. I know, right? Never saw one with refills. Yeah, Super Ball's gorgeous. Now she's sitting on an item that came from Drunky the Bear, so this is something from Drunky the Bear. Super Ball has already claimed it, so I'll wait till Drunky gets in our chat to open that up. Super Ball better not get any ideas. I know, right? So let's see. Hey, Ken, how are you? Good to see you. Let me just move Super Ball down a bit. You just got it. I'm just going to slide you down a hair. Don't worry. Just sliding you down a bit there, kiddo. Sliding you down. Slim's all ready for the weekend. He's getting ready to go on tour. He told me he's got a tour up the East Coast this weekend. He's going to go to North Carolina and then work his way back down, South Carolina, Georgia, come back to Florida. So... Fala, now I don't have to worry about slicing your hand when you open something. Appreciate that. Super Ball might gnaw off Slim's legs. You know, it's really funny. We had two Jack Russells, and one of them, Iggy, would have probably been gnawing. Yeah, I'm sure Iggy would have been back there gnawing on that. Yes, Super Ball. Super Ball has claimed the other gift. JWD, we have it in our description. It's under send us shit. Here, it's in our description. So you can send us stuff if you want. Slim just needs a jacket and a hat, Shirley says. I don't know. I'm kind of digging him just, I'm digging him just the bones. I'm digging just the bones. I'm digging just the bones, but we'll see. We'll see over time. We'll see over time. We'll see what happens to Slim over time. All right, so Friday. Aw, Super Ball has also claimed your human heart. Aw, that's sweet. She was not in a good space this morning because she smacked Rafa. She smacked Polly last night. Poor pregnant Polly. And she smacked her. She smacked Rafa this morning. I was not happy. So she was on timeout in the office here. I know they're not human bones. I know. It doesn't matter. Iggy would chew anything. We'd get him those Kongs that are supposed to last like 5 years. He destroyed in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. Sorry. It's in our description as that. Slim with the guitar is everything. I know, right? If he goes on tour, he'll need a gavel if he goes on tour. Yeah, what would the blue jean vest and a bandana hat? We'll have to name the tour that he goes on. Hey, Brat, good to see you. Yes, JWD, Polly, she is pregnant. Probably about 4 weeks now, we think. She's about 4 to 5 weeks pregnant. And Brat, good to see you. Yes, there's our P.O. box if you wish to send us stuff. Why does one cat always smack the other, I wonder? Well, it's always Super Ball, and I don't know if she's jealous of them or what her deal is, but she just comes up to them, she'll sniff them, and they're all cool. She's starting to eat with them, and then she'll just go and smack them. It's so sad. The Jawbreaker tour. Nice, I like that. That's cool. We're gonna yeah, Slim's going on a for those coming in. Slim's getting ready, he's gonna go on tour this weekend. Brad, he's coming up the East Coast, so be sure to check him out at a bar near you. First stop, Raleigh, North Carolina, then he's gonna work his way down South Carolina, down to Savannah, Georgia. He might be playing at the Crossroads, I'm not quite sure yet. You're having that problem too? Yeah, I don't know what her problem is, unless I guess she's just jealous. I don't know. She's showing her dominance, Kathy says. Yeah. The Hollow Bones Band. I like that one. That's good. Jawbreaker Tour and the Hollow Bones Band. Those are good. Those are good, you guys. All right. We are just waiting for the feed to kick in, just like yesterday. Did I miss anybody? Irish Amy, I got to raise some cash to see Slim play. I hope it's live streamed. All right. That's funny. Did I miss anybody? Anybody coming in that I missed? If I missed you, I'm sorry. Just give another shout out now. I'll see ya. All right, so we're starting day 5, you guys. Day 5 of California versus Carlos Dominguez. Reales also, he goes by. What do you guys got planned for the weekend? I'm going to do mowing. I got yard work to do. Although we're under like 90% chance of rain. It's supposed to be raining. Actually, they said it was supposed to start yesterday and go till Monday, but we didn't get any rain yesterday. slim funds, right? Yeah, so I'm trying to get some yard work done over the weekend. I haven't mowed since, when's the last time I mowed? April? Yeah, like the beginning of April, I think. No, anyway, it's been a while. It's been like 3 or 4 weeks. But we're getting to that point in the year where you have to mow like twice a month. The grass is getting pretty woolly and the weeds are coming out. So I gotta get out there and mow this weekend. But we're like supposed to get 90% chance of rain. So what are you guys doing? You're gonna be cleaning? Oh, I hate cleaning. That's the worst. I love doing yard work. I hate doing I hate cleaning inside. I just don't like to do it. All right, so right now we're at 85%, 70 on Saturday, 85 on Sunday, 85, yeah. So we're still supposed to be under a lot of rain, but I'm gonna try and get the lawn mowed. It takes me about 4 hours, like 2 hours back, and then 2 hours the front. So, oh, that's right. Let's see. Hey, Brenda, Deanna, you're going camping starting this weekend. Nice. Twice a week? Really? You got to do it twice a week? Wow. Started yard cleaning earlier now, resting before going back. Oh, that's right. Mother's Day weekend. Well, that's true. Both Aaron and my mom have passed away, so we will remember them, of course. We'll raise a toast to them. Twice a month, you have to mow once a week? Yeah, I do it every other weekend. Wait. Yeah, I do it every other weekend. I guess we're lucky that I only have to mow twice a month. Northwest, house sitting for mom is eating leftovers in fridge, fair game. Yes, I would say absolutely. As therapist, says for sure. Great, leftovers it is. As long as it doesn't smell bad. We don't want you to get sick. So the advice comes with a caveat. As long as if it smells good and you don't get sick, then yep, go for it. If you get sick, it's Slim's fault. Aaron is a mom to Kitty now. That's true. Well, we're grandparents, right? Would we be grandparents? Yeah. Yeah, we would be grandparents then. It is Shamrock. Yeah, it's is it an acre? I forget. Or it's just under an acre. I think it's like 7.7, I think. The front is definitely, so what the deal is, the front's not as big. So the back I do about 3/4. What I do is basically I just go until I run out of gas, right? And that usually gets me, that's about 2 hours. So I do about 3/4 in the back, and then the next day I do the front and then the 1/4 in the back. And that's usually about, maybe it's like an hour and a half. So it's, 3.5. Yeah, 3.5. When in doubt, throw it out. That is true. All right, we're still waiting for a feed to kick in. 4 hours of mowing couldn't be me. Can't stand the sound of mowers and hoovers. It is no, it's not a riding mower. I should probably get one. It's a push mower. That's probably why it takes so long. I need to get a riding mower, but I'll get one at some point. See, I love the smell. We were talking about this. Who was talking about this? About the smell of fresh grass. I love the smell of fresh cut grass. Psychosaurus Rex. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, question. Hold on. I'm going to get back to that. Drunky the Bear. You literally just mowed 28 minutes total. Drunky, your package came. And I was going to wait for you to come on screen. But Superball is that your package came. So Superball has absconded with it. She is sitting on it right now. So I'll probably wait until maybe lunchtime, if that's cool. I'll wait till lunch to open that. But thank you for that, Drunky. So I will unveil that at lunchtime. All right, Psychosaurus, we have any idea of when the not guilty, reason of insanity portion of this trial may start? It's fairly local to me, and I'd love to go on a day off to sit in the gallery for the not guilty, reason of insanity evaluators. That's probably, well, we have all next week. I really don't know. I can't answer that. Northwest, leftovers are from Wednesday, Thursday, all good. Hugh Jard, yours takes 20 minutes, Kathy says, front, hour and back, but weeding goes through 3 batteries and still done. Wow. At least a self-propelled walking mower. It's my way of getting exercise. I thoroughly enjoy it. Okay, so Department 14, Deanna is saying, if anybody wants to go. And yes, the prosecution did say they were going to arrest next Friday. They're on scheduled to end next Friday. Superball can probably smell the cats on the envelope. That's funny. So Department 14, if anybody's in the area and wants to go to the court, that's funny that they call it department. Department 14. Is it on the 5th floor? Are they on the 5th floor, Deanna? Oh, Bach. Okay, it was you. Yes. That's right. Campfire and freshly mowed lawn. Yes, those are two. I agree with that. Those are two nice smells. I love the smell of burning wood and stuff like that. Fala, all right. Be right back. No problemo. Mel, yes. Is this another one? The case is mental health. Yep. This is almost like Chloe Driver. If you remember Chloe Driver, where she deleted her little daughter. This is pretty much the same, where he was under psychosis in Woodland, as Deanna is saying, and on the 5th floor. So 5th floor, Department 14, for those that want to go. I like cut grass smell, but it makes me sneeze for hours. Yeah. So it's very similar to Chloe Driver. He's showing some signs of planning, because he bought the knife from Amazon in December. And then he did it over the course of 3 days. So he's showing, and what I would love to do, and Rachel, Dr. Rachel, if you're still in the chat, I would love to have you and therapist come on, and we can talk about this maybe next week or something. We can sort this out and talk about, because to me, this is very much like Chloe Driver, and can you go in and out of psychosis, and I remember Alyssa, remember him? Was that, Alyssa out in Colorado, where he shot up that store, killed 15 people or something like that. It's kind of similar to that. Can you go in and out of a psychosis? So we'll, if you guys are up for it, we'll get you guys on. Northwest, this defender has a stronger case than Chloe. I would agree with that, because of his family. I don't think Chloe really had anybody in her family saying she just stared off into space, and then his friends at college too. So yeah, I would agree with that from what we've seen so far. Yeah, I would agree with that, Northwest. because his girlfriend said he had pristine hygiene as a freshman, and then he comes back and as a sophomore and he's just a disaster. I mean, it's sad. All right, still waiting for the feed to kick in. You know how this works. And they wanted the attorneys to get there at 9, so they might be running a little late. Who knows? Hey, Alice, thank you for joining us. Happy Friday to you, too. Mel, since I didn't watch Chloe's trial, I'm very careful and skeptical with cases like this. Yeah, with Chloe, I think she to me, she needed to be found guilty but put in a hospital, not found guilty and then put into a prison. And I kind of, that's where I'm going now with this kid too. I think he needs help. I think just dumping him in a jail prison's not going to be the same thing. Ken says, I'll say that the opening statement I heard from Mr. Dominguez was one of the stronger I've heard in a legal insanity case. Thank you for that, Ken. I think Chloe's sentence is too long. She was so young and those cult men are so gross. Yeah, remember Jason and Z? Yeah. She definitely has problems, and I think she was guilty for sure, but she should be in a hospital versus just being in a prison, and she doesn't have a chance, to get any better. Widespread, the ex-girlfriend's testimony about his behavior and his frat bro's testimony may make a difference in how others see his mental illness. That is true. Northwest, I think his schizophrenia is real. Did he know right from wrong at the moment? Yeah. Well, I think that's the question. That is ultimately the question. Irish says, I really feel that Chloe needed help from a secure hospital rather than prison. That's the way I lean to with that. That's the way I lean. And I'm still not 100% convinced that she did it. I still think Z had a hand in that, to be quite honest. Because everybody was going off of what Z said. And I don't know, there's still some questions, major questions I have about that. Psychosaurus, she was guilty but mentally ill. She will be in a prison designated for psych if they have one. Michigan has one. As far as I know, I don't think she's going to get the same treatment. And Dr. Rachel and therapist, can back me up on this. You don't get the same treatment as you do in a hospital, And it's not like you just are in a hospital and you're walking around free. No, I mean, you're going to, you're doing serious work on yourself. You're going to therapy, intense therapy. You're on meds. It's not like you're just, you're free. It's not a walk in the park. That is for sure. Ken, once you have a little, let's see, hold on. Once you have a little details that show a defendant had some understanding that others might perceive their act as wrong, then it becomes an uphill battle. Mel says, if he's been diagnosed as a schizophrenic, there should be medical records in that regard. I don't think he was ever. Oh, wait. No, the experts did. Remember, he was deemed incompetent to stand trial for months, right? And then it wasn't until December or January, I think, they finally got a court order and they basically forced psych meds into him, and then he came around, I guess. Irish Amy, I think Z had a lot to answer for. Yeah, 100%. Psychosaurus, yeah, I know. I work for a forensic psych. Okay, you work in a forensic psych hospital. Okay, then cool. Then I don't need to. I don't need to tell you that. You know way more than I do. But people that are guilty by mental insanity in some states have a specific prison location that is for the mentally ill that cannot be in general pop. Let's see, hold on. Northwest, not guilty, reason of insanity, can be released after a few years, no guaranteed sentence. We went through that with Dr. Rachel. She went through the steps that it takes, that you have to do a lot. And again, I need Dr. Rachel to weigh in if she's anywhere near shouting distance, hearing distance. It's not just you're in and then you're out. It takes a lot. Let's see. GBMI, yeah, guilty but mentally ill. Thank you, Psychosaurus. Therapists, if anyone wants the person who committed the crime to actually be held responsible, then wanting them to go straight to prison is only serving your desire for revenge, not the best for the case. That is true, because you have to believe that at some level they can be redeemable. So you're watching the Zoom meeting, testimony is happening. Okay, they'll kick it in. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. They do this every day. I'm staying on Law and Crime because I've gone to other local channels, and it is what it is. They'll kick in. Don't worry. Yep, there. Rachel is here. So if you want to weigh in, you can. I know we did a whole show on that, Rachel, about what Chloe Driver could have gotten, what she's going to get, hospital versus prison, how they treat people and with psychiatric disorders in a hospital versus in a prison. So maybe we'll just save that for if you and therapists want to come on next week or the week after, and we can kind of go through all of this. Or at the end of this, whatever it is, or come on a couple times, and we can kind of talk about, what's the difference between, did he know, like, can you be psychotic and then have these breaks and then still be cognizant and then, know what you're doing and then not know what you're doing? And then, what's the difference between going directly to a prison versus going into a hospital? We can talk about all that, but that's basically what I'm. We did need you. Yeah, no, we did. I was saying please weigh in. Yes. Okay. So we're just having a conversation. Psychosaurus Rex works at a institute. Where did you say you worked again? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So Psychosaurus Rex works at a forensic psych hospital. So we're just kind of talking that out. Let's see. All right. Well, let's just hold on, because now it's getting out of control. Let's have you on. Let's have therapist, and Rachel, Dr. Rachel we'll get you on next week or the week after, and we'll kind of talk our way through, because the state is supposed to rest next Friday. So maybe once we hear from their experts, maybe let's see. Well, we'll talk. We'll talk over the weekend. We'll figure out what the best time is to have you guys on. And again, we can have you multiple times. Yeah. We can definitely talk about that. Cool. And Northwest says we need Ken on too. Explain the law. So Ken, are you cool with that? But again, we'll talk. It's okay. The Yolo County website. All right, I do this all the time. I go to another website, and I'm not going to go to the website. I'm going to go. It's all YouTube for me. I'm not going to go to the website. But hold on. They do this to us all the time. It kicks in, but it takes a minute. Okay, I got it here, guys. Hold on. This one ends, unfortunately, at the end of hold on. I got a feed. We'll go here. All right, are you guys ready?
Prosecutors are present, defense counsel and defendant are present, 18 members of our jury are present. Good morning to everyone. Happy Friday to everyone. And I did meet and confer with the lawyers, and it seems to me that stopping at 3 o'clock today is reasonable. So we'll be in session on a normal schedule, except we won't be going to 4:30. We'll stop at 3. And so with that, we continue to be in the evidentiary phase of this trial. We have Investigator Mo. Thank you for being here, sir.
Yes, sir.
And still under oath, and he was subject to cross-examination by Attorney Hutchinson. And so, Mr. Hutchinson, you're a witness.
Good morning, Mr. Ross.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, when we left off yesterday, I asked you a hypothetical. Imagine you have a person who identifies someone as having robbed them, and then through your investigation, you determined that the person identified was actually out of state and could not have committed the robbery. What, if anything, can you tell that victim about their false belief?
As far as my experience, when I talk to individuals, victims, witnesses, I ask them questions to try to inspire thought. I ask them what makes them believe what they did or what they remembered. If they drew their attention to something that caused them to believe a certain thing. That's why when we do photo lineups or infield show-ups, we give admonishments with information stating that the person's appearance may have changed from what you remember, and not to guess, etc. It's not to tell them they're wrong. It's to basically try to bring out as much information to paint a clearer picture.
Okay, let me stop you there. You've already taken the initial statement from this witness, and through your investigation, you determined that the witness was wrong. When will it be appropriate to tell them that they were wrong, if ever?
I don't think I've ever done that in my career, sir.
So if a victim commits a crime, or victim is the victim of a crime, they identify someone, and police determine the person identified did not do it, when, if ever, would it be appropriate to tell the victim that they were mistaken?
Again, in my experience, I've never done that. I've provided that information to the prosecution as far as what we've uncovered during the course of our investigation, and they make the determination whether or not they're going to charge the individual and take them to trial.
So who makes the decision as to what to tell the victim if they relate information that is determined to be incorrect? Who makes the decision to tell them that?
I'm not sure. I've never done that in my career.
So is your understanding that it's general law enforcement practice, if a victim or witness says something that is definitively not true, and they believe it, and law enforcement determines it's completely false, you should never advise that victim or witness that they were wrong, ever?
No, because that's dissuading a witness, is changing their testimony from what they recall.
So that person who's falsely accused the person who was out of state, good police work is to let that victim go on for the rest of their life believing that the person they identified was the actual robber. That's what you're saying?
No, good police work is to gather all the facts and exonerate the individual if they're found not to be involved in the case. That's the information we pass on to the attorneys. Those are the attorneys that make the decision if they're going to prosecute an individual. There's multiple layers of people involved in a case as far as if an individual is being prosecuted. If it's found that they are innocent, they oftentimes don't go to trial because that information is provided beforehand and it's settled outside of a trial.
So if someone's exonerated though, but they may not be charged, but does anyone tell the victim that they were wrong? Or they just say, we're not charging the guy and we're not going to tell you why we're not charging him? Is it ever appropriate to tell a victim that information they believe is wrong, in your opinion?
You could tell somebody after a trial is done that the information they provided was not correct. The individual that's involved in a traumatic incident may wholeheartedly believe that what they're telling is the truth. So to tell them that they're wrong, again, that's changing their perspective. That's augmenting their statement. That's not something we can do.
But you're focusing on what the witness actually observed. What if the witness is being influenced by third-party information that they didn't actually observe? In other words, they observed something, but then third parties are giving them additional information that is false. Okay, so it's not affecting what they saw, it's just affecting their belief. Is it ever appropriate to tell a victim, don't listen to what other people are telling you? Disregard that. That is not correct. Focus only on what you saw, what you heard. Is it ever appropriate to tell a victim that?
We tell that to them all the time. We preface a lot of our interviews with individuals of only tell us what you remember, not what you've seen on TV, not what you've heard from other people. That's told to people all the time. But what is told to them we don't have any control if that changes their perspective, but we do ask that they only tell us what they remember or what they did specifically.
Okay, so hold on, counsel. I'm almost done with this line of questioning.
When Ms. Guillory stated during the interview that sometimes there are things I remember about that day that I'm not even sure if they ever happened. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then one of the things she brought up is what was been told to her by Mr. Chessman. I've been referring to him as Cheeseman. It's Mr. Chessman. Correct?
Yes, that's his name.
And when she said that, you didn't realize that what Mr. Chessman had reported to the police was incorrect. You didn't know that at the time of the interview.
I didn't know it was the name of the individual that you provided yesterday, no.
So, explain to me in your opinion, why would it have been inappropriate to tell Ms. Guillory, what Mr. Chessman told you about the individual being there earlier? That wasn't true, that was someone else. So just when you're testifying, disregard that and only focus on what you saw and what you observed at 11:45. Why would that have been inappropriate?
Because again, you're changing perspective, you're changing narrative on that side of it. You're controlling the narrative in that way. Okay, I don't do that as an individual, I don't do that as an investigator. If a person believes something, they do. My individual contacts with Ms. Guillory, she's said over and over, she hopes that she provides complete truth and gives everybody the information of what she can remember from that day. She has never changed that throughout the entire course of this investigation.
And my last question on this, Your Honor. Okay. So it would have been inappropriate to tell her that what Mr. Chessman said was wrong. Would it have been inappropriate to tell her, don't consider what other people told you, just focus on what you saw and what you remembered? Would that have been inappropriate?
We did tell her that.
You have the transcript?
We told her to recall on what she remembered. I didn't give her a specific instruction not to listen to other people, okay? But when we interview people, like I said, it's what do you remember as far as your five senses. Did you hear something? Did you smell something? Did you touch something? Did you see something? It's not what other people told you. We're not asking them to parrot back what somebody told them as far as information they provide to us. We want their individual recollection of what they remember.
Did, at any point during this interview, Mr. Vanderhook or anyone in that room tell Ms. Guillory, don't rely on what other people told you, only focus on what you remember? Did they ever tell her to not consider what other people told her?
Not to my recollection, no.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Okay, any redirect?
What was Ms. Guillory told as far as what she should say in court?
Her first instruction was to be truthful and to tell the truth as far as what she recalls.
No additional questions.
Okay, all right, Mr. Breaux, thank you for returning today. Your
Yes, sir.
patience with the court. Have a great day.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, do you have a witness?
Yes.
Do you want to check with Mr. Morris? He might be the witness.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, take a second.
The people are calling Deputy Folstrom.
Folstrom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Good morning, sir. Come on into the podium. Counsel's going to step aside for a second. And stand right there. Thank you for being here today. The clerk's going to give you an oath. After you take the oath and have a seat in the witness stand, two lawyers to ask questions.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that you about to give and the cause nothing for the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can see it. state your first and last name for the record. Let's call them both.
It's Michael Folstrom, Michael Folstrom.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. What's your job?
I'm a correctional officer too,
And where are you a correctional officer?
a Yolo County Sheriff's Department.
And what are your duties as a correctional officer?
Many, bringing in incoming arrestees, booking process, which would be fingerprinting, mugshots, to classification, housing.
All right. And so the booking process, is that something that you do?
Yes,
And so that includes fingerprints and photographs?
yes,
And did you complete the booking process for Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
yes,
Now, when I say Mr. Carlos Dominguez, do you see him in court here today?
yes, I do.
Can you please tell me where he's seated and describe what he's wearing?
He's right over here wearing a black jacket, blue shirt, looks like blue tie.
And may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
It does.
Okay, so with Mr. Dominguez, did you complete the just same regular booking process that you do for everyone who gets booked into the jail?
Yes, sir.
And did that include checking his, or rolling his fingerprints?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the procedure that's used for checking fingerprints? What system is used up? Is it just like an ink pad and a piece of paper, or what?
No, it goes by electronic. So each finger, we begin, with a 4-finger pattern to 2-finger thumbs, and then we'll roll each individual finger, and then also do the palms and the writing palms.
And so it's like an electronic device that does this?
Yes.
When you roll a person's fingerprints, how do you tell the system that the fingerprints that you're rolling are, how do you tell them what person those prints are associated with?
Once he's booked into the system, he gets a booking number, and that's how it all begins there. I type in his booking number, his information will come up, and then you just verify that that's the person that you're going to be printing.
Okay, so you pull up his information in the system,
Yes.
verify that that's the person you have, and then you roll the prints.
Yes.
And did you roll the prints here for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Now, do the prints just stay on the device, or are they transmitted out?
We will submit them. They'll go to the state of California, the FBI, DOJ, and Homeland Security.
And did you follow that same process in this case?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson?
Sir, when you do the booking process, you also note a person's height and weight?
Records, when he's booked in, they'll ask him those questions and type it in.
Is there a scale, though, in the booking where a person actually steps on so you can see exactly how much they weigh?
No, we ask them to give us what they believe would be their height and weight.
So if I said booking, man of my size, I said, oh, I'm only 180 pounds, you would write down 180 pounds?
Yes.
Even if it's clear that I'm above 180 pounds?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, no follow-up? Right, okay, Deputy Folstrom, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kumar.
People call Shannon Hall.
Okay, let's get Shannon Hall. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Come on into the podium. The clerk will administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that what you're about to give, the cause and outcomes of the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. See you. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Shannon Hall, SHANNONHALL.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and pull into the mic. Thank you. All right, Mr. Moore, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hall.
Good morning.
Ms. Hall, where are you employed?
The City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a dispatcher.
Okay. How long have you been with the City of Davis Police Department?
In total, 18 years, roughly.
Have you been a dispatcher that entire time?
I took about a year off to raise my son, stay home with my son, but I've been a dispatcher overall for 28 years.
Okay. And as part of your employment with Davis Police Department, do you have a collateral assignment?
I'm a member of the evidence response team.
And what's your role with that?
To assist in collection of evidence.
Are you a photographer with the team?
Yes.
And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe that I was assigned in 2022, I believe.
At the time of, well, I should say, you're familiar with the stabbings that took place in Davis on April 27th,
Yes, sir.
2023, April 29th of 2023, and May 1st of 2023?
Correct.
Did you respond as part of ERT, the evidence response team, on May 2nd, 2023 to take photographs of the area around 2nd and L Street?
Yes, I did.
Was that in the city of Davis, County of Yolo?
Yes.
And as part of that, you were aware that the stabbing of Ms. Kimberlee Guillory took place in the late evening hours of May 1st, 2023?
Yes.
So when you responded on May 2nd of 2023, what were the weather conditions like?
I arrived in the early morning hours and it was overcast. When I first arrived, it did warm up through the day. It rained on and off throughout the day.
And by the time that you started taking photographs, had the sun come out at that point?
I don't recall if the sun was out while I was taking photographs.
Okay, I guess my question should be, was it daytime?
Oh, it was daytime, yes.
Gotcha. That's what I was getting to. Much more straightforward way of me to ask that.
Sorry.
That's okay. If I got paid by the word here, I would be doing very well. So, did you take, are you familiar with People's Exhibit 24?
Yes.
And have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
Are those photographs that you took on May 2nd of 2023?
Yes, they are.
Were there approximately 381 photos on People's Exhibit 24?
Yes.
Did those pictures fairly and accurately depict the area of 2nd and L Street in Davis at the time you took them?
Yes, they do.
And bring up a couple of those photographs. Showing you from People's Exhibit 24, 7496540. Do you recognize this photograph as one of the photographs you took?
Yes, I do.
What are we looking at right here?
That is the west side of L Street, between 2nd and 3rd.
Okay. And when you took the photographs, were there multiple tents on this section of L Street?
Yes, there were.
That brick wall, or that, I guess I shouldn't say brick, but that wall behind the tents, is that the PG&E substation?
Yes.
Or the power grid? I guess?
No, I'm sorry. That's on the west side of the street, and I believe PG&E is on the east side of the street.
I guess, is that the power, like the power lines and transformers and all that stuff?
I'm sorry, yes it is.
Okay.
I apologize.
PG&E is on both sides.
It's on both sides there. I apologize.
looking at photograph 7498, 749.
Just the last 3 digits.
All right, perfect. 846, there we go. Looking at this photograph, do you recognize this photograph is one you took on May 2nd of 2023?
Yes,
And different tent than what we saw in the previous one?
correct.
Based on your knowledge, was this a tent that Ms. Kimberlee Guillory had been in when she was stabbed on May 1st?
Yes.
Can you tell us what direction we're looking at in this photograph?
We're facing west-northwest.
Up L Street.
Yes.
The train tracks.
Correct.
All right, and looking at ending in 972, is this another view of that same tent?
It is.
Are we looking southbound on L Street towards the railroad tracks?
Yes.
And when you took these photographs, was it your understanding that not much of the evidence had been moved, meaning they hadn't moved, law enforcement or medical personnel had not moved tents or anything like that?
That's correct.
And so are these pictures fair and accurate representations of not only what you saw, but what you believe had happened the night before?
Yes.
Ending in 987, is that another view of that same tent that we just talked about?
Yes.
And from your understanding, or excuse me, this is still the tent that you believe Ms. Guillory was in when she was attacked the night before?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
At some point, did you go behind? Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you take any additional photos than the ones that were shown to you today?
I took upwards of 300. I don't remember the exact number offhand.
Were you the only person who took photos that morning, or was Mr. Torres taking photos?
Mr. Torres was with me. Officer Torres was with me when I was taking photos. I'm the only one who operated the camera as far as I recollect.
And you went, in addition to taking photos at the center, you walked behind by the railroad tracks and also took photos back there?
Taking photos along the railroad tracks or from the railroad track side?
From where the railroad tracks are, behind the PG&E, did you take photos back there?
I don't recollect that.
I just have one.
Okay.
Thanks, have a moment. Aren't you just pros briefing?
Okay, sure. Everybody relax. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Off record.
All right, why'd they go off the record? Oh, you know what? I think we're a little bit ahead. Ooh, I'm sorry, behind. Oh, I can fast forward. Okay, I'm going to zoom.
Together, and we'll recall you shortly. Thank you. Okay, and I want to thank council's professionalism on that, working together. Mr. DeMora, in the meantime, do you have a witness to call?
Yes, people call Danielle Louise.
Okay, let's get the witness. Okay, good morning, ma'am. Good morning. Come on into the podium here. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you an oath. After you take the oath, then we'll have you take the witness stand. Two lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that you are about to give the nothing but the court, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Danielle Lewis, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, last of Lewis, L-U-I-Z.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Mordred.
Good morning, Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Where do you currently work?
I currently work for the Fairfield Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm the property and evidence supervisor.
How long have you been with the Fairfield Police Department?
A little over a year.
Prior to being with the Fairfield Police Department, were you employed by the City of Davis Police Department?
Yes.
How long were you with the City of Davis Police Department?
Almost 13 years.
What did you do there?
I had various assignments. My last assignment was assigned to property and evidence.
So can you say that one more time? Word property assigned?
I was the public safety specialist assigned to property and evidence.
What does that mean?
So I deal with the intake, disposition, release, chain of custody, and preservation of evidence.
As part of your duties when you're with the Davis Police Department and you would process and receive evidence, did you ever send evidence out to other law enforcement agencies for testing or processing?
Yes, as well as labs.
And specifically as it relates to labs, are we talking about crime labs like the California Department of Justice and the Sacramento County District Attorney's Crime Lab?
Correct.
Were you involved in the evidence processing and booking for the stabbings that took place on April 27th, 2023, April 29th, 2023, and May 1st of 2023?
Yes.
And were you also involved in the processing and booking and handling of evidence as it related to the arrest and search of Mr. Dominguez and his residence on 762 Hawthorne Lane on May 3rd into May 4th of 2023?
Yes.
And so as it relates to the stabbing that took place on or about May 27th of 2023 involving Mr. David Breaux, was there evidence that you received from other law enforcement officers that you then sent to one of the two crime labs that we just talked about?
Yes.
So specifically just relating to Mr. Breaux' stabbing, did you receive a leather knife sheath into evidence that you then sent out to the Sacramento County District Attorney's Crime Lab for testing?
Yes.
And I may approach the evidence bench, Your Honor?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Showing you People's Exhibit 9. And do you recognize what the contents of that exhibit are going to be?
Yes, it is the knife sheath.
And if you can look inside of it and let me know. And there's a lot of contents.
Yes, it is the black knife sheath.
And is that a knife sheath that you sent out to the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office for DNA testing?
Yes.
And did you eventually receive a report back from a criminalist by the name of Megan Wood who processed that piece of evidence?
Yes.
When you send out evidence to a lab for processing, fingerprints or DNA, those are two things that we often send them out for.
Correct.
Do those labs then return the evidence to you?
Yes.
As it relates to Mr. Breaux' stabbing, did you also receive in evidence that came from the Yolo County Coroner's office a blood-stained card with DNA from Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
It was submitted to the SAC lab as well.
The SAC lab being Sacramento DA's office?
Correct.
And was that done for DNA processing and testing?
Correct.
Or I should say analysis as well. Now I want to move to the stabbing that took place on April 29, 2023 with where Karim Abou Najm was stabbed. Did you process evidence in that case, receive it, and send it out to labs as well for testing and analysis?
Yes.
Did you receive latent prints, multiple latent prints that were taken from a black top water bottle by Ms. Sherry Cole?
Yes.
And what did you do with those prints?
Those were submitted to ALPS DOJ.
When you say ALPS DOJ, is that ALPS?
Yes.
What is ALPS?
It's the automated latent print program or services.
Is that where fingerprints are submitted to figure out if they have a match to a known individual?
Correct.
And did you receive a report back analyzing those prints from a latent print analyst by the name of, I believe it's pronounced Tu Yang, T-O-U, last of Yang?
Yes.
And without getting into the results of that report, do you know if the prints that Ms. Colt submitted to you, that you submitted to the Department of Justice, were run against prints of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Now moving to the stabbing of Ms. Kimberlee Guillory on May 1st, 2023. Were you aware of a DNA sample that had been taken from Ms. Guillory?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
It was booked into evidence, a buccal swab.
And I should ask, what's a buccal swab?
Kind of layman's terms, it's basically where you take a Q-tip with an extended handle on it and you swab an individual's mouth.
And is that to obtain the DNA for processing and analysis?
Correct.
And did you receive that?
Yes.
And was that provided to you by Sacramento Sheriff's Detective Vitaly Prokopchuk?
I don't recall.
And from Round Court Reporter, VITALY PROKOPCHUK. Did you eventually receive an analysis report? Actually, I should start that. What lab did that go to?
That went to DOJ, Department of Justice.
And did you eventually receive reports with analysis of Ms. Guillory's DNA?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that on May 3rd of 2023, Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez was located and arrested?
Yes.
And During his arrest, are you aware that he was found in possession of a Smith & Wesson branded knife?
Yes.
At some point, did you take receipt of that and book it in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Okay.
While we grab that. What did you do with that knife when you received it in evidence?
It was taken to Department of Justice for processing.
And was that for DNA processing?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you what has been previously marked as People's 34. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
So the label that is on it that says Davis Police Department, it's labeled 23-1983. 1983 is the case number, and 97 is the item number. And that is actually, when I receive evidence in, everything gets tagged with a label.
Is your name and badge number that you had at Davis Police on there?
It's not, because I just print the label. It actually has Officer Torres's name and badge number.
And so, are you familiar with the contents of that box?
Yes.
Would you mind opening it up?
Do you have a knife or scissors?
Scissors.
What's inside?
That is a Smith & Wesson knife.
Is that the knife that you received in the evidence and then sent off to Department of Justice for, or excuse me, sent off to a lab for testing?
Yes.
And which lab did that go to?
DOJ.
Now, when Mr. Dominguez was arrested, did you receive any clothing items into evidence that he was wearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sweatshirt.
Can you describe the sweatshirt?
Black.
Was it a hoodie with drawstrings?
Yes.
And what did you do with that sweatshirt?
It was sent to DOJ for processing for DNA.
And for processing, are you aware that there was DNA analysis done on that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you receive reports back from senior criminalist Heather Tomczyk with the Department of Justice providing an analysis of Mr. Dominguez's sweatshirt?
Yes.
And I should ask, whenever you received a report back from the Department of Justice for a piece of evidence that you handled and sent off for analysis, did you review it to confirm that the proper piece of evidence was in fact analyzed and reviewed?
Yes, so for every item that we received back, as well as a report, I basically verified that what was actually sent out for processing, we received a report for.
And also that you received the piece of evidence back into your custody?
Correct.
Now, as it relates to Mr. Dominguez himself, so we talked about the knife, we talked about the sweatshirt, was there DNA swabs or the buccal swabs that we talked about that were done earlier? Do you know if ones were taken from him?
Yes, so for When I submitted the evidence for the knife as well as his clothing, a buccal swab from him was submitted as well for comparison.
When you say for comparison, what do you mean?
So basically, when an analyst processes a piece of property, they will take a known sample to compare against whatever DNA is on the particular item.
And so is that the way to determine whether or not the DNA is linked to that individual?
Correct.
So where were Mr. Dominguez's DNA swabs sent?
To DOJ, Department of Justice.
Were any of them sent to the Sacramento County DA's office?
Not that I recall.
Was a blood sample taken from Mr. Dominguez as well?
I believe it was just a buccal swab.
Was there, looking at 762 Hawthorne Lane, is that an address that you're familiar with in the city of Davis?
Yes.
Were there any items that were received by you from that location that you sent off for processing?
There was a towel that was found at the residence with possible blood stains on it that was sent to the Department of Justice for analysis for DNA.
Last piece of evidence I want to talk about, to your recollection, did the Sacramento County DA's office crime lab do an analysis or a toxicology analysis of Mr. Dominguez's blood?
Yes.
Was that what you're saying, sir?
Sir, yes.
And was that a report that you had received from Sacramento County DA's office?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hudson, any questions?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You did not participate in the search of the Hawthorne residence.
Correct.
You did not review any photographs of the Hawthorne residence.
No.
Except the items that were given to you, you didn't observe any evidence that was seized at the Hawthorne residence.
No.
You said you were given a towel with possible blood and directed to send that off for analysis.
Correct.
Who gave you that towel?
It was booked into evidence, meaning it was most likely submitted in a pass-through locker, and then I received the evidence.
What locker?
In a pass-through locker, evidence locker.
Who directed you to test the towel?
So that was a kind of a sit-down meeting that we had with the DA's office as well as administrators from my department and investigations.
If there were other items found at the Hawthorne residence that had suspected blood on them, that is someone else's job to give them to you to submit for testing, correct?
To request them to be tested, correct.
And the only item that you were requested to test from the Hawthorne residence was the towel.
Yes, I believe so.
Anyone asked you to test any other items found at the Hawthorne residence?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever go through the photos from Hawthorne to see if there were other items with suspected blood that should be tested?
No.
Did you ever go through all the items booked into evidence to determine if there was other items with suspected blood that should be tested?
Yes, we had a sit-down meeting to discuss possible additional items that could be sent. I did want to mention that DOJ will usually limit the number of items that are sent from a particular case, and that limit is usually 6 items. So because we had 2 homicides in one attempt, it was kind of a process of elimination at the time of what was priority and what was going to be sent.
Did anyone show you photos from the Hawthorne residence of other items with suspected blood other than the towel?
No.
This sit-down, where it was decided that only the towel would be tested, who was present at that sit-down?
I believe it was Lieutenant Munoz.
What is his first name or her first name?
Lieutenant Mike Munoz.
Okay.
M-U-N-O-Z.
Who else?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I want to say Sergeant Bestfitch, Janelle.
And is Sergeant Bestfitch in court today?
Yes.
She's seated behind me?
Yes.
Who else was present at this?
Officer Torres.
Officer Torres' first name?
Alex. And those are the only ones that I recall.
To your knowledge, had Officer Torres and Sergeant Bestfitch and Lieutenant Munoz, had they participated in the search at the Hawthorne residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Is it possible they did and you just weren't aware of that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. That was cross. Mr. DeMar, any redirect? Okay, Ms. Louise, thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. Did I mispronounce that? Is it Lewis?
Lewis, yeah.
Lewis, I'm
It's
really
okay.
sorry.
No worries.
I double checked on that. Have a great day.
Do you want this back? Might need them?
Yeah, I'll take the scissors. Right. Yeah, thanks. And we'll pick the exhibit, deputy, and return it to to the clerk's table. So then, Mr. Hutchinson, you're ready to continue cross at Shannon Hall? Call for a one-word answer, yes or no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just doing, you've used that, so.
I thought I would answer that. In my mind, I did yes. I'm ready.
Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's all right. All right, let's get Ms. Hall back. Ms. Hall, thank you for your patience with me. Come on in and have a seat. Okay, when we left off, we had just started the cross. So, Mr. Hutchinson, we're back with you.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Hall. Thank you for waiting.
Of course.
So you are at the scene taking photographs?
Yes.
Just a moment. Now there's a picture up on the screen.
Yes. She's already laid the foundation for it.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
What I'm showing you right now, People's Exhibit 24, photo ending 570. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
In addition to yourself, did Officer Torres also take photographs at the time?
I don't know.
Do you recall anyone else taking photographs at the scene other than you?
As far as I'm aware, it was only me. I do know that we had assistance from another agency, and I believe that that outside agency may have taken photographs.
And those photographs are booked at Davis Police Department, though?
The ones that I took?
What anyone took?
They should all be, yes.
Let's focus on the ones you took. Ending, once again, People's Exhibit 24, ending 570. This is, it depicts two tents.
Yes.
And the tent in which Miss Guillory was stabbed is this red tent with a gray top?
Yes.
Is there another tent that has been taken down? It would be to the west of Miss Guillory's tent.
There was a third tent, but from this angle, I don't know that it would be able to be seen.
Only two tents are in this photo ending 570?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked, once again, People's Exhibit 24, photo ending 573. Another photo of the two tents?
It looks like it.
Where is the third tent?
I don't recall.
Again, Exhibit 24, ending 576. This is another photograph of the two tents.
Yes.
And you can see at the end, or at the very back, there's a yellow street sign with a black arrow, and it's pointing east. You
Yes.
see that? That is where L Street curves into 2nd Street.
Correct.
And showing you photo ending 579. This is the close-up of the blue tent that we previously saw.
Yes.
Well, wait a second. When we first started on direct, we saw, I think the very first picture I saw was, had blue in it. It was a tent. Was that tent across the street?
I don't remember.
Okay. Sorry to confuse you.
That's one.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So this tent right here in photo ending 579, that is next, immediately across from the tent in which Ms. Guillory was stabbed.
I would need to see the last photo to make sure they're the same. It looks like it.
So I'm showing you again 573. Can you see the two tents?
Yes.
My question, if you know, I'll zoom in a little bit. I'm showing photo 573. It's hard to see with the light, but was there a third tent in this area that had been taken? Was there a third tent over in this area that had been taken down?
I don't remember.
So I'm going now to photo ending 603. This is now facing north on L Street.
Okay.
Well, do you recognize it as facing?
Yes.
And now you're taking photographs of the sidewalk, and this is the sidewalk that is, you're standing in the same location. Now I guess you're facing northwest.
Correct.
Here's another photo of the sidewalk. Now you are facing west.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Photo ending 612. This is another photograph of the sidewalk. And then photo ending 615. This is another photograph of the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
Do you see this building up here in the top left corner?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that building?
I am not.
Is it an apartment complex? Do you know if it's an apartment complex?
I don't know.
Showing what's been marked photo ending 618. This shows the corner of 2nd and L.
Yes.
Photo ending 621 again, the corner of 2nd and L.
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you photo 654. This, now you're standing on the corner of 2nd and L, facing north, looking down L Street.
Yes.
Now I'm showing you photo ending 663. At this point, you are standing still at the corner of 2nd and L, looking west at the area behind the PG&E station.
Yes.
And again, you see these buildings over here.
Yes.
But you don't recognize.
Now I do.
Are those an apartment complex?
Yes.
Are those the Ryder apartments?
Yes, 1133 Olive.
And Olive Drive is on the other side of the apartment complex that we see right here.
Correct.
On the
South side.
south side.
Yes.
And there's a fence that separates the Ryder apartments from the railroad tracks.
Yes.
If you know, is there a gate that people use to go through, if you know?
I'm not aware of a gate.
You're aware of a part where the fence is open where people can...
Occasionally. I believe it's open and closed, depending on repairs.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked defense exhibit, or excuse me, People's Exhibit 24666. Once again, we're looking at the area behind the PG&E substation, and if I zoom in, you see a pile of gravel toward the end.
Yes?
Yes. And there's another object there from this photo. Can you recognize what it is?
I do not.
All right. Ma'am, if I received some photographs from the Davis Police Department which were identified with the following initials and numbers, DSC_0130, who would have taken that photo?
I believe we would have to look at the rest of the log to understand how it was logged in.
I'm going to show you some photos. It's Defense Exhibit E, okay, and they're going to be labeled E1 through E5, but then it's also going to include the number that it had when it was booked in the Davis Police Department. Let me know if you recognize them, okay? So if you could just scroll through these 5 photos, and once again, they're marked E1 through E5, but the number next to them is the original number that it came from Davis Police Department, okay? So
Okay.
see if you recognize them.
How do I scroll?
Right side of the photo, there should be a little arrow pop up.
There's not.
Right there, if you get the mouse over there.
Oh, over there. Okay. And what was your question exactly?
Do you recognize those photos?
I do not.
Do you, do they appear to be from the same area where we were just asking questions about? You see
Yes.
around? And you see the photos are identified with, let me assume some facts. If those came under a folder with identified as Alex Torres with the numbers DSC/_ and then 0130, 0131, who took those photos?
I believe the DSC _, etc. is assigned by the camera. It's just is it the metadata that's assigned by the camera?
So my question is, if you didn't take us, assume these photos were given to my office from the district attorney's office under a file labeled Mr. Torres, is it possible Mr. Torres did take photos?
It is possible.
Okay. And he was there, present?
He was with me as I took every photo, yes.
But you did not specifically take these photos that I just showed you?
These do not look familiar.
You don't recall ever going down past that gravel pile and taking photos down there?
I don't recall doing so, no.
Other than Mr. Torres, who else might have taken these photos?
Any member of our evidence response team.
Who else was there who was possibly taking photos other than you and Mr. Torres?
I don't recall who was at the scene that day.
Even though you didn't take photos, did you personally observe the items that are depicted in those photos?
Looking west down the tracks that day,
Yes.
I don't recall if I walked over to that position or not.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of going behind that gravel pile and seeing what is there?
I do not recall that.
But either Mr. Torres or some other member of the evidence response team may have gone down there and taken some additional photos?
Yes.
Was there anyone other than Davis Evidence Response who was taking photos there that morning, to your knowledge?
We had assistance from an outside agency and their evidence team, and it would make sense to me that they had taken them, but I don't know that for sure.
Who was the outside agency that was helping?
It was either Sacramento Police Department or Sacramento Sheriff's Office, I don't recall.
If I get a file with photos, how does Davis PD identify who took the photos?
When we log the photos, when we log the memory card into evidence, we would identify it at that time.
Mr. Torres will be able to answer that question too.
But yes.
I have nothing further to thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any follow-up?
No.
Okay, Ms. Hall, thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Jamar, do you have a witness?
You call Isaac Chessman?
Okay, let's get Chessman. Deputy?
He is not up here. Apparently went to grab some to drink.
Call Christine Marius in.
Great.
Sorry?
Yes. Thank you. Another match. Good morning. Come on in and stand here at the podium. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding. I appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath, and after you take the oath, I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Stating first and last name for the record.
Christine Berrios.
If you could spell your full name.
Christine, Chrisistine, Berrios, B as in boy, ERRIOS.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Van Hook, direct exam.
Where do you live?
I am presently live in West Sacramento.
And are you currently housed?
Yes.
And were you housed in April and May of 2023?
No.
What was your housing situation like back then?
We, my partner and I were on the streets, so we were camping in Davis. We'd camp anywhere between Central Park, City Hall, and the PG&E building.
Okay. And how long were you unhoused for?
For about 2.5 years.
And when did you get back into housing?
A little less than a year ago in September.
So I want to talk about what's going on in April and May of 2023. You said you were with your partner. Who's that?
Isaac Chessman.
And is he still your partner?
Yes, we're married.
Understood. And so, do you know who Kimberlee Guillory is?
Yes.
Who's Kimberlee Guillory?
She is a friend of ours. We are mutually homeless in Davis.
Okay. And we're gonna talk about something that may have happened with Kimberlee, but first I want to just ask a few preliminary questions. Have we ever met before?
No.
Have you ever met with Mr. DeMora before?
No.
And were you promised anything in exchange for your testimony here?
No.
And were you told that you would receive any kind of benefit on any kind of case or anything like that?
No.
And do you currently have active cases?
Yes.
And were you promised anything about what was going on with that?
No.
And so, in fact, has anyone even discussed that with you at all?
No.
And so, going to what happened with Kimberlee, where was that?
2nd Street and L in Davis, right across from a PG&E substation.
Okay. And what was your housing situation like?
Like I mentioned earlier, we were homeless, so we'd find spots and open up our tent and belongings, and then we'd have everything wrapped up before 7 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, why would you wrap things up?
Just because we didn't want draw attention to us for being in inappropriate spots with our camping. It's illegal to camp in Yellow City lines.
Okay, so would you set up each day and then break down each morning?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's fine, thank you. What would you do with your stuff in the in-between times when you weren't set up there?
There was a place called Respite on 530 L Street. I don't know what it's called now. It's like a day shelter where we could go and leave our belongings, shower, eat, wash clothes, or simply just rest. And they'd be open until about 2, so we'd have like business hours from 8 to 2. We'd be safe in there, and then after that we'd have to go out and fend for ourselves.
Okay, and so they close at 2 p.m.
I believe so, 2 or 3. I don't remember the time specifically.
Understood. And was that near the PG&E building?
Yes, it's probably like 3 blocks from where we were setting up camp.
All right, and so you would just walk back and forth?
Yes.
And when the incident with Kimberlee happened, had you heard anything about stabbings within the city of Davis?
Yes.
Was that talked amongst each other at where you were staying?
Well, Isaac and I, we usually stay private, but we started to stay with more than just the 2 of us, just because of safety in numbers. Yeah, we did speak about it, just to stay safe and vigilant, you know, watch our backs.
And do you know about how many of you were staying together?
There was Isaac, myself, Larry, Pilot, and Kimberlee. So it was 4 of us.
And how long have you been staying in that larger group?
It'd only been a few days since the first murder. We were uneasy. So maybe about a few days after the first victim was found, we started staying in groups.
Okay, and so I'm going to pull up a photo. This is a photo ending in 492. Put that up on the screen.
Is this part of 24?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it 24? Okay.
If we could dim the lights a little bit, maybe it's a little hard to see. Are you able to see this photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And you see kind of a tent there?
Well, that's the first tent where Alberto stayed. We stayed clustered up right by where the first car is parked.
Okay, so I'm going to pause you there. This first tent, you said that was where Alberto stayed.
Yes.
Is that Alberto Osorio?
Yes.
And so you're staying further down the street then?
Yes.
Is Alberto's tent closer to 3rd Street then?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to find another photo here of something closer.
Okay.
But you and Mr. Chustin were staying in one tent, or did you have 2?
No, we were in one tent.
And what was Kimberlee's arrangements like?
Believe it or not, the night before the stabbing occurred, she was sleeping next to Alberto's tent in the open. And we were very upset with her, so we got her that tent the morning of, and we set it up that night.
Okay, so it was a new tent?
Yes.
And when you say we got her that tent, who's we?
Larry had it in his shelter. He went in his storage. He went and he got it. And then when we got back and started to set up our tents, Kimberlee was not there yet. Larry's tent was set up. He had a single man tent. My husband and I had a 4-person tent. We also had a bike and a tricycle with us.
And so,
Let me stop you there. So, Ms. Barrios, thank you for your patience. We've been going for a while, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Okay. And on the backside, we have a few more questions for you.
Okay.
And so stay with us.
No worries.
And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The jury, enjoy your mid-morning break. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss no research. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, counsel. Have a good break. Off record.
Okay, this is what I don't like about this channel.
Maybe a little of
Stop. Ah! That's what I hate about that feed. That's what I hate about that feed. I got sucked into it. Let me go here. Okay. That's that local channel. I mean, they're great, but I hate when they do that. They end the feed. All right. They're actually back. So let me get back here. Oh, for crying out loud. Can you tell it's a Friday? All right.
Christine Barrios, and she's subject to direct examination, and Mr. Van Rick, your witness.
thank you. And so we were talking about Kimberlee and what her setup was like, and we were talking about how she had been provided a tent to stay in.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where was her tent set up in relation to your and Isaac's tent?
So our tent was maybe about 4 feet from our tent, very close in proximity.
Okay, so for people 24, I'm going to put up a photo. This is ending in 573.
Mr. Vanderhook, will you help me? Will you help her adjust your mic? Yeah, I want to get it.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. But I was hoping you'd sit right in front of me.
I know.
Oh, but you want to be able to
See the picture?
Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Yes, got it.
So in photo 573 here, are you able to see your tent at all?
Yes, ours would be the one with the baby blue tarp on it.
Okay, and are you able to see or Kimberlee's tent?
Yes, the maroon color one right underneath the tarp.
And it's the one with the gray rainfly on top?
Yes.
So regarding that setup, is that something you set up that day, or had it been set up for a while?
No, we waited for her to get back, and Isaac and Larry put it up together. And then she came home. We went to the store, and then she came home. So she wasn't really even there when we set it up, but it was set up for her.
Okay. And so I want to ask you about what happened with Kimberlee. What was the first sign that you had that something was wrong with Kimberlee?
We barricaded ourselves in our tent, and we heard a snap from one of our rain flies snap, and Isaac was going to go out, and I said, no, let's just listen. And I say about 45 seconds to a minute after that, we hear her scream.
Okay, so I want to pause you there. You talked about a rainfly sound. I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that for me?
So our tent had a rain flap that we tied on some trees to give us more safety. And we heard one of them snap like it had been cut or somebody got caught on it.
Okay, and is that kind of a normal sound that a tent might make if you're sitting in a tent?
No, because it was deliberate. Like somebody either tripped over the rain flap that we tied or cut it.
Now, in Davis, there are various animals, especially at night, like raccoons, possums, squirrels, that sort of thing, right?
Yes, there is.
Could it have been any, like, some kind of wildlife that you heard?
No, it wasn't wildlife. We were already on edge from 2 hours before Kimberlee's incident.
All right. And is this something that you heard yourself, or is this something that you're hearing from Isaac?
No, Isaac and I both heard it at the same time.
Okay, so what was your reaction when you heard it?
We started to get ready and dress, and as soon as we started putting on our clothing to go out, we heard Kimberlee scream.
All right, and could you hear what Kimberlee was screaming?
She said, "Help, help, he's punching me, the kid with curly hair is punching me."
And what happened next?
Isaac came out first. He bumped into Larry.
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
So, for this question, I'm just asking, what did you see, what did you hear, right? Not stuff that you heard from other people.
Okay.
So based on what you saw and what you heard, what happened next?
It might be helpful to know where she's at, too. So just a little bit more foundation.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, you're hearing Kimberlee yelling. Where are you when you're hearing Kimberlee yell?
Probably on my knees getting ready to crawl out of the tent. Isaac had just gotten out the tent.
Okay, and so you're about to get out of the tent. Isaac's just gotten out of the tent. You hear yelling. What happens next?
Isaac and Larry I came out of the tent, and to my right, I saw Isaac and Larry, and then we saw Kimberlee. The tent was sliced open, and we told her to call 911. Then she turned around, and Isaac said, "Kimberlee, you're bleeding." And
so I'm going to pause you there, because I want to understand this a little better. We see the photo up on the screen of your tent. There should be like a laser pointer there with you with a button on it. What I want to know is, on what side of the tent is like the entrance for people to get in and out of the tent?
Right here is our entrance.
Okay, so facing the chair that's there in the photo?
Yes.
And what kind of mechanism is it? Is it like snaps or zipper?
It's a zipper.
And before you heard the screaming, or before you heard the rainfly sound, was it zipped shut?
Yes.
Okay. When was it zipped open?
When after Kimberlee screamed and Isaac left the tent.
And so when Kimberlee first started screaming, was the zipper still closed?
Yes.
Okay. And so then Kimberlee screaming, the zipper opens and Isaac comes out?
Yes.
And so when you came out of the tent, I just want to know, where were the people that you could see?
When I came out of the tent, I turned to my right, and Kimberlee was inside her tent. Isaac and Larry were in front of her tent.
Okay. What were Isaac and Larry doing?
Isaac had just punched Larry, mistaking him for the person, so they were just getting their groundings, because I believe Larry was sleeping, and so he just got woken up to it.
All right. So Isaac and Larry were then grappling with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a person who you thought might be the person who harmed Kimberlee? Did you see anybody like that?
No.
And so were you able to see what direction anyone went or anything like that? As far as a potential suspect?
No.
And with Isaac and Larry, kind of tussling with each other. Where was Kimberlee at?
She was in the tent, still in the tent. I think she was either placing the 911 call.
Right. Could you see Alberto at all?
Alberto had been walking up, so he made it to us a little bit after her screams.
And so, when this was going on, could you tell if Kimberlee was calling 911?
To be honest, sir, I don't remember. I know that we were just asking her where her dog was, telling her to sit down, and then we saw that she was bleeding. So I think she was on the phone, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever get on the phone with 911?
I might have.
Okay. If I play you a short section of a call, would you be able to tell if you could hear your voice at all?
Yes, of course.
We could do it in 402. Is it's not admissible. We haven't played this. You know what? I'm going to just allow it and then instruct the jury to disregard it. It's just how many words we're going to hear.
I'm not going to play it to the whole room. I'm going to pull up the audio and I'm going to
just play it to her. Do you have headphones or something like that? Okay. You should do it with headphones.
I still have an objection.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, great. Give me a second, folks. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Thank you, counsel. There's an objection. Off the record.
That's weird. He's going to instruct him to disregard it. He's going to allow it to be played, and then he's going to tell the jury to what did he just say? Disregard it? Why would you? What are you talking about, Judge? Why would you allow it and then tell the jury to disregard it? I'm so confused. It's going to be one of those days, I can tell. Sidebar. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I can zoom a little bit. Second or two.
And thank you. We had an evidentiary ruling prior on that. The court stands by that ruling. And so we're back. And thank you for your patience, counsel. So continue, Director.
So, I think we're at the point where you're outside your tent. We have Isaac and Larry kind of tussling. Kimberlee's there. What do you perceive happens next?
I do believe I called, but I'm not certain because I called them earlier for a similar situation, and we just stood there, made sure she didn't lose consciousness, try to gather our thoughts, and that's pretty much it. Waited until the police got there, and then they asked us to move, so let the police handle it.
And so I want to talk to you about the few minutes before the incident with Kimberlee. And when I say a few minutes, I'm talking 15 or 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, kind of that range. I'm not talking about way back hours before, okay?
Okay.
So just in that time frame, where were you, what were you doing in the time leading up to that?
The time leading up to that, we were just sitting outside, gathering our thoughts. We had just had adrenaline rush, so we were waiting for ourselves to calm down, and then we just did our routine bed, had a couple of cigarettes before we went in, and went in. We did secure the tent a lot differently that night. We put all our belongings on the border of the tent, so if anybody did try to lean in, that's why we had rain flaps tied. So there was about 3 tarps they would need to go through to get to the tent. So that's what we spent the night doing, reinforcing our tent so we could be safe.
Understood. About how long before you heard Kimberlee screaming and that something was going on, did you go in your tent and actually secure it up?
I'm gonna say about 15, 20 minutes before the scream, we had just gone in and started to shut it down.
So just to clarify, regarding what happened with Kimberlee, you don't have any information as far as you personally having seen that person?
No.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination?
Good morning, Ms. Barrios.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning, most of which can be answered with a yes or no response. If you don't know the answer or you don't remember, don't guess. Just let me know you don't know and don't remember.
Yes, sir.
And unless I specify, I'm only asking about what you personally observed or what you personally heard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I ask what someone else told you, I'll be specific.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
When you went into the tent for the night, if you recall, was Kimberlee in her tent at that time, or had she still not arrived back at camp?
She had just arrived.
And when you went into the tent and closed it up, your husband, Isaac Chessman, was with you?
Yes.
You described having an incident earlier that evening when you had called the police.
Yes.
And you mentioned had an adrenaline rush earlier that evening. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about this earlier incident, but once again, unless I specify, I want to know what you saw there.
Okay.
Did this earlier incident happen about 9 or 9:30 that evening?
I believe so.
Did you see someone walking past your camp?
Yes.
You personally observed?
Yes.
Did this person have curly hair?
Shoulder length, yes.
Shoulder length curly hair.
About.
Was this person walking south on L Street towards the railroad tracks or north on L Street?
Towards the railroad tracks.
And dark, curly, shoulder-length hair.
Mm-hmm.
Did you observe this individual doing something that you thought was suspicious?
My husband noticed it first.
Okay. I'm not asking what your husband told you.
No.
Okay. Your husband drew your attention to this individual?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw this individual, what was he doing?
Walking back and forth between, in front of where we stayed, PG&E had trees, individual trees and boxes, so he's walking back and forth between tree to tree.
And is that on the other side of L Street from where you were?
Across the street from us, yes.
And your husband pointed this individual out to you?
He pulled it out to himself because he yelled at him.
And did he yell at him something to the effect of, "You look like the stabber," or something to that effect?
Yes.
And that must have caused you some great concern when you heard your husband yell, "He looks like the stabber."
Yes.
Did your husband then chase this individual?
He started to.
Did anyone else chase this individual in addition to your husband?
Alberto.
Did they chase him south on L Street toward the tracks, or did they chase him north?
South towards the tracks.
And when L Street ends and it curves into 2nd Street and heads east, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did this individual turn east on 2nd Street?
Once they turned the corner, I couldn't see the direction.
So this individual had dark, shoulder-length, curly hair. Do you remember what this individual was wearing?
Black sweats with white lines on the side, and he was carrying a backpack.
Okay. I want to be very careful. This individual at 9 o'clock, Did he have black sweats with white lines, or is that information you got someplace else?
No, we gave that description to the police that night. We told them it was sweats with lines on them.
And once again, you're referring to the individual you saw at 9:30.
Yes.
Okay. That is that individual who had the black sweats with the white lines.
As far as I can remember, yes.
The individual at 11:45 who stabbed Kimberlee, you didn't see that individual at all, right? Okay. But it's your belief, based on what your husband has told you, that the individual who stabbed Kimberlee was the same individual he chased at 9:30, correct?
It's our belief, yes.
And to this day, no one has ever told you differently?
No.
So once they turned the corner and your husband was chasing this individual, you couldn't see what happened?
No.
And then your husband and Alberto walked back?
Yeah, they came back.
And ma'am, you know, sometimes when we have a memory, we may take information from one experience and combine them. You've had that experience.
Of course, yes.
I want to be very careful about this question. You said the person at 9 o'clock had the black pants with the white stripe. Are you certain you saw that individual at 9 o'clock? Or is that possibly information someone else told you later?
No, I seen the tail end of him when Isaac started to chase him.
Did Davis police ever come and tell you that they identified the guy that Isaac and Alberto chased?
No.
And so when you say it's your belief that the person who was chased was the same person who stabbed Kimberlee, that's just based on the fact that he was there earlier scoping you out, and then 2 hours and 45 minutes later, Kimberlee gets stabbed.
Yes.
So in your mind, it makes sense that it has to be the same person.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Now, when you and your husband, I'm going to sit down because I'm going to show you some photos here.
Okay.
When you and your husband went to bed, I'm not asking this to embarrass you, but it is irrelevant. Was your husband naked when he was sleeping in the tent after you went to bed?
Yes.
So he was, and by naked, was he wearing any clothing at all?
Just his socks.
Right. And once again, I apologize, I don't want to embarrass you, but were you naked as well?
Yes.
So not wearing any clothing?
Right.
So when you two first heard Kimberlee's screams, you and your husband were both naked in your tent?
Yep, my husband went out naked and I stayed behind getting dressed, absolutely.
So when your husband ran out the door, ran out the tent, he was completely naked?
Completely naked with his socks.
But you didn't exit until you put some clothes on?
Correct.
And you said you were on edge because of what had happened earlier where your husband had chased the other man?
Yes.
So when Kimberlee screamed, you and your husband neither of you were asleep at that moment?
No.
I'm going to pull up some videos. your tent, now we can pull it up. Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked People's Exhibit 24, and this is photo ending 570. Do you see this?
Yes.
Okay. And this is your blue temp?
Yes.
After this incident happened and police arrived, did you go back into your tent at some point?
No.
When, if ever, were you allowed to retrieve your tent?
I think it was about 18 to 24 hours later, like a day and a half.
So in this photo, 570, we see to the left, we see a red and gray tent with a portion that's open. That's Kimberlee's tent.
Yes.
And the north wall of that tent, that is the portion that had been cut.
Yes.
Showing you, and this blue, it appears to be a darker blue tent covered in a lighter blue tarp.
Yes.
That is the tent you shared with your husband.
Yes.
And the entrance to that tent
is right there, where the pointer is.
So it's facing east.
Yes.
And you can't see the entrance because there was a tarp covering it.
That is correct.
You said you heard a strap to the tarp snap or made a sound?
Yes.
Which tarp, what cord were you referring to? Where was it?
So as you can tell, it has a blue tarp, but on top of that I had another tarp because we had put 3 tarps. We did not want to be hurt. So one of the elastic tent poles strings that we used was snapped.
Okay, let me zoom into this.
Probably the one that was closest to the chair in the tree, so it was diagonal from the corner of the tent to the tree on the ground.
So by tree, are you referring to this little tree?
Yes.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay, and if I zoom in, there appears to be, you can't see great here, but is it tied around the tree?
Yeah, it should have been tied on 4 different trees.
Okay, but where does that lead to?
That was just holding the tarps up.
So it should be tied to the tarp?
Yes.
This chair right here, though, at the corner, was that chair there when you went to bed?
Yep, that's where Isaac last smoked a cigarette before he came in.
So when you got out, that chair was still exactly where it had been?
As far as I can tell, yes.
And you heard a sound of, so the distance between your tent and this tree where it seems like it's less than 2 feet.
Less, yes.
You did not hear anybody walking around 2 feet from your tent?
No.
You just heard the sound of?
The snap.
So the distance was only, from the tree to where it was connected with the tarp was only probably less than
a foot, yeah, yes.
And you had lived in tents for some time at that point in your life.
Yes.
And you know when you're awake in a tent and there's someone walking right by your tent, you can usually hear the footsteps of someone right by your tent.
On a normal day, yes, you can.
And you were on edge at this point.
Yes.
So don't you think if some individual was walking just 2 or 3 feet or within 2 feet of your tent while you and your husband are in bed, you would have heard that?
You would think that, but we did not hear anything but the snapping. Okay. Yep.
So you heard the snapping, but you did not hear any footsteps around your tent?
No, sir.
And then you said you just waited there, and you said about 45 seconds later, you heard the scream?
Yes. You got to keep in mind, Kimberlee also had a dog, and there was no barking, so it was just that type of silence and eeriness.
So during that 45 seconds, you don't recall hearing anything?
Just a snap, and then we both went, looked at each other. Then Kimberlee screamed, and he went right out the tent.
Ma'am, when you're in a tent, if someone's walking on the dirt, does that make a louder sound than if someone's just walking on the sidewalk?
Not particularly.
So I want to talk to you about the words. We can. Let me leave it up there for a second. Larry's tent, is it visible in this photo?
No.
Okay. This is again photo ending 570, People's Exhibit 24. Was Larry's tent over here?
Yes.
To the west of Kimberlee's tent?
Yes, his tent was directly in her opening. So when she opened her door, it was his tent.
And her real opening, not the one that was cut,
right,
that should be facing...
It's facing the wall. She didn't want the zipper facing the street.
So Kimberlee's true opening is facing the wall. That would be facing west.
Yes.
Larry's tent was immediately facing Kimberlee's.
Yes.
Did Larry's tent did his opening face Kimberlee's opening?
Yes.
So when Larry would come out of his tent, the first thing he would see was the opening to Kimberlee's tent.
Yes, sir.
And Larry was already in bed or in his tent when you and your husband went to bed.
Yes.
So when you heard Kimberlee's screams, you said she said, help, help, the kid with curly hair is here?
Yes.
To the best of your memory, what specific words do you remember her saying that you heard?
I just got punched and by the kid who has curly hair.
Let me ask you.
If I'm not mistaken.
And the kid with curly hair, you understood that to be the person your husband and Alberto had chased about 2.5 hours earlier.
Well, no. We didn't put, when she said the curly hair, yeah, we put it together, but...
Was Kimberlee present when...
There you go. No, she wasn't present when the first incident that I called the police for somebody, stalking us. She wasn't there.
And now, did you personally ever tell Kimberlee about the incident with the person stalking you before she went to bed for that evening?
I don't think we really spoke other than when she came into the tent, she had an In-N-Out burger and a cup, so we didn't really speak much.
Did anyone tell her, based on you overhearing it, about the incident earlier when Alberto and your husband had chased the individual with the curly hair?
I think Alberto and Isaac might have been still talking about it.
So it's possible Alberto and Isaac were talking about it before Kimberlee went to bed?
Yes.
But there's no question in your mind that Kimberlee personally was not present when they chased that man?
Oh, she was not there at all.
Now, you described when after you put on clothes, you got out and the first person you observed the first people you observed were your husband and Larry.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they were in some sort of physical tussle?
Larry had a one-man tent, so when he stood up, he kind of trapped himself in the tent. So he was fighting with the zipper. As you can imagine, Isaac comes out in the dark, thought that was the person that was attacking Kimberlee, but then it took them a couple minutes. I think Isaac might have punched him, and he said, whoa, it's me, Larry.
Let me ask you.
And that's when I came out.
How did you know Larry was struggling with the tent? Were you able to hear that? Were you able to
Yes, I could hear the scuffling of the tent, and then when I came out, that's what I saw.
So you could hear, it's the sound of someone trying to get out of a tent real fast in the dark?
Yes.
I'm sure you've had times, anyone who's ever been camping has had that experience where you're trying to get out of the tent in the dark and you can't find the zipper.
Right.
Okay. So you recognize that sound.
Yes.
And then when you actually got out, you saw your husband naked with only socks.
Yes.
In some sort of physical altercation with Larry.
Yes.
And Larry was still in his tent?
Yes.
Did you see your husband throw any punches ever?
I think he only landed one, and then Larry screamed and said it was him. So then it was just helping him get out the tent.
And it was at that point when your husband and Larry realized, well, when your husband realized it was Larry,
Right.
and Larry got out of the tent, that's when your attention was drawn to Kimberlee.
Yes.
And she had said she would have been punched.
She was talking. She said, "Oh, I was looking at my phone, and all of a sudden, I just hear my tent rip, and I start getting punched."
Okay. It was, so initially, at least you thought she'd been punched.
Yes.
And at some point, she stood up, and either Isaac or you noticed blood.
Yeah, she turned around because we said, "What happened to your dog? He didn't bark." And she turned around to look at him, and that's when we saw the blood gushing.
And that's when you said we need to call 911.
Yes.
So, when you got out of the tent, the only three individuals you personally observed was your husband and Larry and Kimberlee.
Yes.
You did not observe anybody else.
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Vanderhook. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Barrios, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You as well.
Okay, Mr. Demora.
You can call Isaac Cheeseman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chessman, come on in. Mr. Vanderhook, if you just step aside for a second. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Yeah, good morning, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give and cause nothing with the court.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take a first and last name for the record and call them both.
Isaac Chessman, ISAACCHEESSMAN.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Vanderhook, direct example.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Whereabouts, not the exact address, but whereabouts are you living these days?
Right now, I live in West Sac.
Are you currently housed?
Yes, I'm off the streets. Yeah.
And in April and May of 2023, were you housed then?
No, I was homeless due to my family moving, as I had just gotten out of rehab from getting out of prison because I didn't have a place to go to. So they put me through rehab. And yeah.
So I want to ask you a couple questions about your testimony here today. Have we met before?
I don't believe so.
Have you met Mr. DeMore before?
Briefly, right before, he just told us not to talk about the case and just to basically chill and kick back, pretty much.
Okay, but before today, you haven't met him?
No.
And sorry. Have you been promised anything in for your testimony?
No.
Have you been offered leniency in any kind of case or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
And how did you make it from court today from West Sacramento?
I have a car now. I work as a machine operator, so out here in Woodland.
Okay, so you're just able to drive in?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about kind of the situation that you were in April and May of 2023. How long had you been unhoused during that time?
For about 4 years.
And
going on 4 years, yeah.
And you discussed coming out of prison. You had a substance abuse issue.
Yeah, and I have struggled with it, but I have been going through this program with C2C, and I also completed Cash Creek Rehab, and I have been clean and sober for about a year and a month now. I haven't touched any drugs.
Understood. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What substance were you struggling with?
Crystal meth.
And so in April and May of 2023, since that's more than a year and a month ago, were you still struggling with methamphetamine then?
Yes, on and off, but yeah, on and off, to be honest.
And so at that time, end of April, beginning of May, had you heard of stabbings that were taking place within the city of Davis?
Yes, so since I had heard about that happening and I knew Compassion Dave, we actually slept right next to him a few times, but at this particular time, we realized that this was going on, so I banded together with a group of people that I think would be most vulnerable because I need them to be most safe. And so with me being willing to actually protect them, I put them all underneath my wing. So it was just me, my wife, Kimberlee, and Larry Pilot. And we banded together.
I'm gonna pause you.
Oh, sorry.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're not a professional witness.
I'm not.
Lawyers will focus you.
Sorry.
All right, so I want to talk about, I just want to figure out who all was staying with you. You mentioned your wife. Who's your wife?
Christine.
And were you staying in some kind of shelter or just out in the open? How were you sleeping?
We were out in the open. We'd pitch our tent at night, take it down in the morning. Only because we didn't like being homeless, and we were working towards getting housed. I had jobs here and there, but I couldn't maintain due to my situation. And so, yeah, we'd put it up, take it down.
And were you, where were you bringing your stuff when you took it down?
We would take it either with us to Central Park, we'd chill for a minute, and then we'll be out of public view for a while, you know what I mean, get away from the people, or we'll just drop it off at Respite if we had an appointment, say somewhere in Sacramento or out there in Woodland. We would normally leave it there, and it would hold it for the day.
Now regarding your tent, where you would set up your tent, would you take it up and then take it back, or set it up and then take it back down each night?
Yeah, we set it up at night, take it down around 6 to 7, depending on where we were.
Well, what's the purpose of doing that? Why not just leave it up all the time?
Well, we do that so we don't draw attention to ourselves, for one, and two, it kept the cops, how do I put it, more nice in a way, because if we were doing that, then it made their job easier. They didn't have to come and hit us up talking about you have to take down your tent, you know what I mean? So they were respected. They showed us more respect if we did that, pretty much. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so
yeah.
You were doing it to avoid problems.
Yes.
And how long had been? Where were you staying that you were setting up your tent in this?
So originally we started in Central Park for like the first 6 months, around 6 months. Then we found a spot over there underneath the overpass on Olive Drive. There's a bridge that goes over the highway, and we stayed there for a while. And then this stuff started happening, so we banded some people together and we moved over by the electric company.
So how long had you been staying at the electric company when the incident with Kimberlee happened?
Only like a couple of days.
And when you say that you banded together, before you heard about Stabbings, how many people would you stay with?
Oh, we were on our own, because since I was in a relationship, we didn't really like being next to people, because we were in a relationship, and you know, that's all, pretty much.
So when you say we were on our own, are you referring to just you and Asterios?
Yes.
And how long was that going on?
That was going on for about the first 6 months, like chilling, and then a few people saw how we were setting up and taking down and how we kept our spot clean. So a lot of people were asking us to move next to them, but we kept on holding off for a while. And then, yeah.
And did you normally stay in a tent?
Yeah, well, first starting out, no. We'd make a pallet on the ground. We didn't have a tent starting out.
Okay. At the end of April, beginning of May of 2023, though, did you have a tent?
Yes.
I'm going to put up a photo on the screen. And this is photo ending 573. Are you able to see that, sir? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes, yes.
All right. So on the table next to you, there should be a laser pointer.
Okay.
It's got a button. Would you be? Do you see your tent in this photograph?
Yeah, it's that one right there.
All right. And you're referring to the blue tent, kind of center rightish of the photo.
Yes.
And how long have you had that tent for?
I can't really pinpoint how long, but it was for a while. It was for a while.
And so you mentioned that you'd only been staying at PG&E for a couple days. Where is this set up?
This is literally on the wall of PG&E. On the other side too, there's spaces where certain tents would be set up, but across the street from that is the apartments, and we try to keep our stuff on that side. You know.
So you would try to stay on the PG&E side of this?
Yes, yes. So that way the residents wouldn't complain, and we could actually stay. You know.
So you talked about Larry Pilot.
He's
and where. And Larry wasn't someone that you had normally been staying with, right?
No, he's just been chilling with us, like kicking it pretty much because, you know, my wife and him, they're both older, but he didn't really click with anybody at Respite, so we kind of took him in. That's just kind of what we did, because when we showed up at Davis, that's what they did for us, is they took us in, so we just do the same.
Understood. Was Larry part of your group here at the Power Building?
Yes.
Did Larry have a setup there?
Yes, he did.
Where was Larry?
Larry was literally right behind her tent, up against the wall. It's a one-man tent.
Do you know what color Larry's tent was?
Oh, man.
If you don't remember his time.
It was either green or tan, one of the two. But I think, yeah, I'm not going to say. I don't remember.
Kimberlee's situation, what was she, how was she staying?
Her tent was literally right here, and the door is on that side, facing towards the wall.
When you say right here, you're using the laser pointer to point to kind of the maroon tent with the gray top?
Yeah, the red one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how Kimberlee got that tent?
Yeah. So she had been sleeping on the ground for a couple of nights, and we noticed it started bothering us. So we talked to Larry because we knew that he had an extra tent, and so we asked him if he could go get it for like at least, you know, and he went and got it for her. And then that was actually the night that this happened was the first day that she got that tent.
And so when you all had been setting up at the power plant before, she didn't have a tent, but this night she did?
Yeah.
And was the tent in good condition?
Oh, it was basically brand new.
Now, when did you first hear that something was going wrong with Kimberlee? How did you learn that something had happened with Kimberlee?
Okay, can I start from the top on that part? Like, because I
just want to start at, how did you know that something was going wrong with Kimberlee?
Okay. Well, first off, there was things that were being moved. Okay, so we heard footsteps, and my tarp was cut. I only know this because I'm the one that built the tarp, and I know how to do things like this. I'm a really good MacGyver. So I had like 3-4 layers of tarps on my tent already anyways, just in case.
So I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
You talked about your tent and the setup. Was this setup of your tent and having tarps, is that how you would normally set up your tent?
Oh, no. Not covering my stuff all the way like that, no.
And so what was the purpose of using all these tarps?
As a deterrent, mainly to, like, say for instance, you can't really see inside of it, and we bordered our tent with clothes, and I slept in the middle with my wife, so there was really no way for a person to get into it with a knife unless they literally tried. They had to try to get through those tarps because they're heavy-duty tarps. I didn't get the thin ones, I got the heavy-duty ones, and so he really had to go through it if he was going to do it. But the tarp was cut, so once there was a realization of more tarps.
Someone caught you there?
Yeah.
How do you know that your tarp was cut?
Because the string wasn't untied from the tree, it was cut in the middle. where it was sticking away from the tree, because there's a tree right in front of my tent, right next to that chair, and I had tied it to it, and it was cut in the middle.
Can you zoom in on this photograph so we can tell what we're talking about?
You see that tree right there?
Sort of. Would it be possible if we could get the lights, please?
It's right there next to the chair. That tree.
Okay. In this photograph, we have a blue tent kind of to the right, and then next to the tent is a metal chair, and then next to the chair is a tree. Are you referring to the tree that's next to the chair?
Yes.
And so, when you set up for the night, what was the setup with the tarp and the tree? Like, how was it before anything happened?
Okay, so before it all happened, that blue tarp that's on top right there was tied to the tree, the corner of it. I put a piece of bark and I wrapped the tarp around the bark and I tied the string around that, so I made a knot. So when you pulled it to the tree, it wouldn't slip off of the tarp, it'd stay right there. It didn't matter if it was really windy or not. I wrapped it around, and I tied it. So when you cut it, it's snipped right there. You still have some stuff on the tree and some stuff on the tarp. That's how I know it's cut.
Pause you there. In the photograph, we see kind of one corner of the tent with the tarp. Do you see how it's kind of down against the tent, kind of resting against the tent?
Yeah.
When you set it up, was it like that?
No.
Or was it raised, kind of pulled tight with the string?
It was raised at a slant, just in case if it rained. So my stuff doesn't get wet, it runs right off the front.
And then, other than, so you have your tent set up, you have the tarp set up, did you do anything special with your stuff that night?
Yes, we took all our clothes out. I bordered all four sides of the tent with my clothes, all the way up to about like that high off the ground. I had a lot of clothes, so I put them all around us, and I stayed in the middle just in case somebody was patting it down, trying to check and see if we're in there. I covered all my bases. And, yeah, so, yeah.
Understood. When the thing happened with Kimberlee, where were you?
I was laying down next to my wife, still awake. I had let her know once that tarp snapped, I had let her know, hey, I feel the vibe, he's here again, and I know he's here. And she goes, okay, and she squeezed me tighter. And
I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
You talked about hearing something. What is it that you heard? Can you describe that?
Like something snapped.
Right.
And so.
And from hearing the sound, could you in that moment tell what it was?
Not necessarily. There's squirrels there too. There's also a family of, I believe they're skunks, and they stay there. So I didn't know 100%, but I did feel the vibe, and I knew it. I knew it.
Right. And you said, you mentioned saying something to the effect of that he's back? What do you mean by that?
Well, originally, I have had a very bad feeling like there was something really evil about to happen. So I stepped outside the tent because my wife and I were setting up the inside. I stepped out. It's the middle of the night, no cars going by, college is out. There's no reason for a person to run across the street like he's late for going home. There's no way. And then so I'm sitting there, I'm just watching, and he's running and stopping at every tree across the street.
So I want to pause you there. About what time is that happening?
I want to say, okay, so it just gotten dark. It was, I don't really know for sure, but I'd say around 8:30, something like that.
Okay, so hours before the thing with Kimberlee happened?
Yes, it was hours before.
I just want to focus on what happened with Kimberlee and what you remember from that, okay? You're in your tent, you hear a sound. What happens after that?
It's about like 30, 35, almost 40 minutes later, I hear, help, help, the curly guy, he's hitting me. So I tried to unzip my zipper. It got caught like midway, so I ripped the rest of it. By the time I got out, I guess the guy had already fled.
Speculation.
Yes.
can sustain. The last part of that's true.
Okay.
I want to pause you there. So you hear Kimberlee yelling. You start to open your tent. How are you dressed?
Okay. Well, I'm under oath. I was naked.
Okay. So you're coming out of this tent quickly.
Quickly, with no hesitation, I was trying to catch him.
And so when you came out of the tent, what was it that you personally saw?
All I seen was a person standing up. I ran towards it and I hit whatever it was. It turned out to be Larry, but yeah.
I'm going to pause you there. Zoom out on the photograph just a little bit. You said you saw a person standing up. Where did you see the person standing up?
Literally, he was standing up right here, and I thought dude had went around to go into the door, but all I saw was this figure in the dark. So I ran up and I socked whatever it was. I said, "Who are you?" And dude said it was Larry. I said, "Oh." So I unzipped his tent and I was like, "Why didn't you get out?" He's like, "I couldn't." And so yeah.
I'll pause you there. When you came over and punched Larry, was he still in his tent?
Yes, afterwards, yeah, because that was when I realized it. That's why I said, "Who are you?" And then he was like, "I'm Larry."
All right, so I want to go back in time just a few seconds. You come out of your tent, saw Larry standing up in his tent, and ultimately you punched him. Do you see anyone else around in that area, though? Is that no?
That's a no. No.
And did you see anyone running away or anything like that? Just what you saw personally?
Not at that time.
All right.
No.
And did you see Kimberlee at all?
Yes.
What was going on with Kimberlee?
I had ran over to her afterwards, after I realized it was Larry. I ran to her side of the tent. She had stood up. I was like, "Where's your?" We were all wondering where her dog was. She had a dog, didn't bark, but she turned, and I was like, "Your leg is bleeding." And I was like, "You need to lay down. Your leg is bleeding." So she laid down, and then that was for the second time I had called the cops that night.
And so I understand that you called the cops before, and I just want to focus on what you observed with Kimberlee. Who called the cops when something happened with Kimberlee?
I believe I had called the cops. Yes, I had called the cops.
Okay. And what do you remember happening after that?
All I remember after that is the cops showing up. About like 15 minutes later, they showed up. They came and basically I didn't have enough time to get everything, so I was freezing still. They did allow us to get a blanket, but they seized all our stuff for the night. We slept across the street at the other building where there's an overhead thing, so we could stay out the rain.
And just want to clarify, I know you saw Larry, but did you see who the potential person who harmed Kimberlee was?
Only earlier that night.
Okay. When you say earlier, you're talking about something at like 8:30, 9, sometime around then.
Same night.
Okay. I want to focus on when something happened with Kimberlee, and I want to talk about what happened in the 10, 15, 20 minutes before that. Okay. Did you hear or see anyone during that time frame, just up to about 30 minutes before something happened with Kimberlee? Is that no?
That's a no. No.
And during that time frame, where were you?
I was at my tent. You're talking about the 30 minutes between, right?
30 minutes before something happened with Kimberlee.
Yeah. Okay. So me and my wife had walked real quick to the store, and we had grabbed some Swishers, I guess, because we were going to smoke a blunt. Because we were a little nervous, and yeah. But we headed back, and Kimberlee came back not too short after that, though.
And when you got back, did you smoke a blunt?
Yes. Yeah.
So when the incident happened with Kimberlee, were you impaired at all by the use of drugs at all?
No, I was sober by that time.
And had you been using methamphetamine?
No, not that night. No.
Okay, let's stop there. So, Mr. Chessman, we have more questions for you, but we have to take a new break.
Okay.
And so I need you back, ready to go, 1:30 sharp, all right?
Okay.
And Mr. Vanderbeek has a few more questions, and then Mr. Hutchinson. It won't be long, but I need to start at 1:30, okay?
All right.
Your excuse at this time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's midday break. Don't form your opinions, don't research, don't talk other than scheduling. I'll see you for 1:30 start. Again, session ends at 3 o'clock today. Thank you. Off the record.
All right. I didn't have a chance to do my morning break. I have so much to do. Drunky the Bear, are you in the chat still? Yes, it is illegal to smoke in California. Nothing wrong there. It's like going and getting a bottle of wine or 6-pack of beer. Nothing illegal about that. Drunky, are you with us? I don't want to disturb Super Bowl, but... Oh, I thought they were coming back. I don't know, Capri Law. That's the first time I heard about a dog. Actually, not the first time, because Christine said too. Kimberlee had said nothing about a dog. She said nothing about a dog in her testimony. So this is the first time I'm hearing about a dog. All right, let's get to it. So first up was investigator Aaron Moe. They were just talking about this hypothetical, you're not to tell them, if you're interviewing somebody, you don't tell them they're wrong, but to get what you can to paint the picture. Kimberlee said there were things that happened that day. She's not even sure it happened. And he's like, well, then you're controlling the narrative, blah, blah, blah. There was a photo of a dog. Northwest. All right. I don't remember. She didn't say anything about a dog. I have nothing in her testimony about a dog. I'll even look it up. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, 1 year anniversary with her dog. If I do testify, I want him to get life without parole. Okay. So so under cross, that's the only time that she said it, under cross. I was so scared I didn't know someone would be hurting me. Had a couple TV interviews, 1 year anniversary with her dog. If I do testify, I want him to get life without parole. Huh. All right. She's saying Isaac is white. Isaac is white. Does he appear to be mixed race? He looks like a white boy to me. I'm Portuguese and Spanish. So that was Kimberlee. All right. That was Kimberlee's statement. All right. In the interview video, there was a little white puppy. Oh, that's right. There was, okay. Yeah, Aaron reminded me there was a little white puppy in the interview we watched earlier. All right. Drunky, yes. Okay, Drunky, you're there. We'll get through this, and then, Drunky, we're going to open up your gift that came. I got it today, so we'll open that up in a second. Super Bowl is sleeping on it, but we'll see. All right. Let's see. We did dispatcher. Dispatcher Shannon Hall. She basically she took pictures of where Kimberlee was. Then she got, let's see. So this was weird, right? So she got booted, and then Danielle Luiz, 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 she's property evidence supervisor. She basically dealt with all the evidence, chain of custody, the black knife sheath, I should say. She took buccal swabs. A towel with blood sent to the DOJ for DNA testing. Carlos's black hoodie. Yeah, pretty much that's, the latent prints, she processed that. All right, then we go back to dispatch Shannon Hall. Just nothing really much there. They talked about the Ryder apartment complex on Olive Drive. Really not much there. Christina Barrios. Okay, so Christine, here we go. So now Christine, we hear about Christine. Her partner is Isaac. So then that's who we just heard was Isaac. She does have a home now. She was unhoused at that point in time. She wasn't offered anything to testify, and she doesn't know the state. The shelter is about 3 blocks from their camp, so they would go back and forth. There's a shower, laundry, they knew about the stabbing. So it was Isaac, Larry, Kimberlee, and herself, right? So the four of them kind of paired up. After David was found, they got together for safety. They talk about Alberto Osoro's tent. We heard from Alberto on when did we hear from him? Day 3, we heard from Alberto. You remember him? Kind of a slight dude. Kimberlee was sleeping in the open, so she and Isaac got her a tent that day. Larry had a single tent. So Kimberlee and Larry had single tents, and then Isaac and Christine had a 4-person tent, and they also had a bike. So they heard a rain flap snap, and Isaac went out, and 45 seconds later, they heard Kimberlee scream. Sounded like somebody tripped or cut the flap. There wasn't any wildlife, and they were already on edge. She started to put on clothes, and she heard Kimberlee say, "Help, help, the kid with curly hair is punching me." That's such a random thing, right? Help, help, the kid with curly hair is punching me. That just is weird, right? Random. Isaac is out of the tent, and she's just about to get out. She goes out, she turns right, and she sees Isaac and Larry, and she saw the tent sliced open. Isaac says, "Kimberlee, you're bleeding." Her tent was zipped shut until Kimberlee screamed and Isaac got out. Kimberlee was inside, and Isaac had just punched Larry accidentally. I'm like trying to figure out this story, right? So Isaac and Larry were grappling with each other. She didn't see the potential suspect. Kimberlee was still in the tent, and maybe she was calling 911. Alberto made it there just after her screams. She says she might have gotten on 911, so she doesn't know that. Then this is where the judge said, I'll allow it, and then I'll instruct the jury to disregard it. Then they had a sidebar, and then the court stands by its evidential ruling from earlier. Then cross came up. So a person was walking back and forth between trees across the street, right? Okay, so that's important because she said that, and then that's later we're going to hear. Just keep that in mind. So she said a person was walking back and forth between the streets. Across the street, husband yelled, "You look like the stabber," and chased the person with Alberto. This person across the street was wearing black sweats with white lines and had a backpack. This was around 9 p.m. "Are you certain you saw that person, or did someone else tell you that you saw that person or tell you that?" She said, "No, I saw the tail end when Isaac started chasing him." "Did law enforcement tell you they ID'd the guy?" She said, "No." So then this is where it comes out that her husband was naked. He just had his socks on, and she was naked too. So he went out naked, and she stayed behind to get dressed. She said it took about 18 to 24 hours before they could retrieve their tent. Then she explains there were 4 straps holding up the tarps for rain. The tree and the tent, between the tree and the tent was about 2 feet. And he's like, "Didn't you hear somebody walking around? Or you just heard the snap?" She's like, "Believe it or not." She said, "Don't you think you would have heard that?" She said, "You would think, but that you would think that, but we only heard the snapping." And then this is where she says Kimberlee had a dog and it wasn't barking. Then she says, "Help, help, kid with curly hair is here. I just punched Kimberlee was saying, "Help, help, the kid with curly hair is here. I just got punched by the kid with curly hair." Again, that's like so random, right? Court is at lunch. Let me put that up for those that are confused. Court's at lunch. All right. All right, court's at lunch. Let's see. Larry's still in his tent, and Isaac threw one punch, and Larry screamed, "It's me!" Like it's becoming this. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just really funny. I can just imagine this naked guy jumps out of his tent and starts punching his buddy or his friend that he's trying to protect, right? So then we hear from Isaac Chessman. He is. Let's see. Husband to Christine, friend of Kimberlee's. He is housed now. He said he briefly met with the state, but not before today. He has a car and he works as a machine operator. He was 4 years. He was unhoused, and that led it to Coops. Thank you so much, Coops. Appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Appreciate your donation. And Capri Law, thank you for your kind Venmo, your $10 Venmo. It's Friday, so whoop, whoop, we're going to celebrate on you guys. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. So he admits that he had a meth problem, but he's been clean and sober for 1 year and 1 month. So congratulations to you, Isaac. Good on you, man. He knew Compassion Dave, and he slept next to him a few times. He banded together with people he felt were more vulnerable, and he took them under his wing. His wife is Christine. They pitched a tent that night. Oh, I'm sorry. They pitched a tent at night and they take it down. And the reason they do that is he doesn't like being homeless, and he got some work here and there. But he said it makes law enforcement's job easier if they take the tents down, and then they would show them more respect. So basically, you're allowed to sleep at night, but during the day, just take your stuff down and get out of the sight of people. It's like, ugh. Anyway. Was only at P&G just a couple of days. He didn't like being next to people, because they were in a relationship. So he and his woman, he and his wife, they don't, his spouse, his partner, they don't want to be next to people. They want to have some privacy. Nothing wrong with that. People asked them to move next to them because they kept their spot clean. He didn't have a tent. They didn't have a tent starting out, so they would just sleep on a pallet. Excuse me. Larry got a tent for Kimberlee that night, literally that night. And I think, and Christine said that too, that they literally just got a tent that night. The tent was basically brand new. They heard footsteps and the tarp was cut because he built it, and he says he's a pretty good MacGyver. This guy's really funny. I like him. He was covering with all the tarps was a deterrent, right? So you can't see inside, and he put the borders with close so no one could go in, no one could stab, because it's heavy duty tarp. So the tarp was cut because he explains it the way he set it up. He said he had like a piece of bark, and he tied it around the tree, and he knotted it there, and then he tied the tarp, and then so the thing was cut in the middle because there was string here and then there was string over there. So then they show a picture of the tree, the metal chair, and the tent, and it is pretty. I mean, it's only it's maybe 3 feet. So the blue tarp was tied to the tree, and some string was still on the tree, and the tarp, that's how he knew it was cut. So he was laying down with his wife, and he heard the tarp, and he felt the vibe. He's here. He felt this vibe. It's here. Or he's here. So he stepped out, and there was no reason for someone to run across the street because he said school was out, right? It was April. I guess it was between semesters or whatever it was. Maybe it was Easter break. It was, it was May 1st. So it was after Easter, so it must have just been, they were just done for the semester. And so he's like, there's no reason for this person to go running across the street. And then he said he was stopping at every tree. So that's what Christine said too. She said this person was running between trees, right? So their testimony jives. He said it had just gotten dark, so he thinks it was around 8 or 8:30. But it was hours before Kimberlee. And then he heard, help, he's hitting me. So he said he was naked coming out of the tent, and he hit the first person he saw, and it ended up being Larry. Poor Larry. I hope we hear from Larry. We haven't heard from Larry yet. Now Larry and Kimberlee were a couple, but they weren't married. They slept in separate tents, but Christine and Isaac were married. So Larry and Kimberlee were just friends. Who knows what they were doing, but they did have separate tents. But they were an item. But I can't wait to hear from Larry. Poor Larry, just like he's like trying to go to sleep, and naked boy there, naked man punches him. I'm sorry to laugh, but it's just kind of comical. Thankfully, nobody got deleted, but it's just kind of the images that's going through my mind. Here's Larry just chilling, and all of a sudden this guy, the naked guy, jumps on him and starts punching him. I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? It's me. So anyway, he yelled up, hey, it's me. Kimberlee had stood up, and they didn't know where her dog was, right? And Isaac saw blood on Kimberlee's leg, and he's like, you have blood on your leg. You should go lie down. Excuse me. I got a tickle in my throat. So then he called the cops a second time that night, and he thinks he's the one that called law enforcement, and we know for sure Kimberlee called. So I'm sure he'll maybe, Cross will trip him up on that. But who knows? Maybe we'll hear his 911 call. They showed up about 15 minutes later. They seized all of their stuff. He said they were allowed to keep a blanket, and they slept under this overpass to get out of the rain. He said they were going to smoke because they were nervous, and ultimately they did smoke. But he said he was sober at the time. So he sobered up pretty quickly, I guess. All right, I want to do this for you guys. Hopefully this will work. If not, I'll have to take a screenshot, but I'm hoping this works. Deanna and I had talked about this yesterday. Let me see here. Let me put this up first. Deanna and I had talked about this yesterday about, let me see if I can do this. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. I think this will work. Hopefully this will work. This is a map of the location. Okay. So here's a map of the location, right? So there you see Davis is towards the bottom right. University of California, Davis. You see UC Davis is down there, right? So let's see. All right, so there's the university. Okay, the university there. And then here's Sycamore Park. So this is the park we're talking about. And Deanna was saying it's an L-shaped park. So there's the park. Okay. Let's see here. All right. So see if there's a highway there. Trying to think of where's the P and G. All right, Deanna. Campus is very spread out. All right, so this is Sycamore Park. I'm trying to find the P and G thingy. PG&E, I should say. Now this is where, wait, hold on a sec. I might be confusing things for a second. Hold on a second. All right, so this is where Karim was deleted. So Karim was deleted in here. All right, that's where Karim was deleted. That's where he got attacked. And that's Justin. We heard yesterday Justin was walking through the park. So this is, yeah. And there's that playground, right? See the upper right? So that's the playground, right? That's the playground that Justin was talking about. So, is that a doggo? What is that? Is that a possum? What is that? Is that a dog? So interesting, right? I think that's the playground that Carlos was sitting on. All right, so where were these guys? I thought these guys were in Sycamore Park. All right, let me search for... All right, where's Central Park? Let's look at, where's Central Park? Where's Central Park, guys? Do I have to do a search for Central Park? Why can't I find Central Park? You would think Central Park would be big and what's back here? What's this? Does anybody see a Central Park? Colville Park. Where the heck is Central Park? All right, let me look up Central Park. Central Park, Davis, California. Ah, okay, there it is, Central Park. All right, so this is where David's compassion bench is. So that's where his compassion bench is. All right, so that's Central Park. And then Sycamore Park. So Sycamore Park is, all right, Sycamore Park is over here. Central Park is over here. All right. So that kind of gives you a, sort of an idea. So Central Park is right here. Oh, let's see if we can see, let's see. Let's see if they show is the compassion bench in here? Oh, is that Gandhi? Oh, that's cool. They got Gandhi in there. Oh, that's fun. Oh, very cool. Oh, Pickles! There's a little pig named Pickles. How fun is that? Oh, wait, what's this? I don't want to play that. That's cool. Very cool. Flowers. Oh, that's fun. Oh, squirrel. Playground. Gandhi again. Are there any pictures of that again? Caterpillar. Daisy. Oh, squirrel. Earth is flat. They lied to you. No, Flat Earth 101. Oh, no. Oh, I love it. That's cool. Are there any photos of the compassion bench? That. More squirrels. More Gandhi. Please tell me there's a photo of the compassion bench in here. There's Daisy. I'm looking for the compassion bench. These are awesome flowers. Oh, no, doggo. That's cool. Wait, what does that say? Flying Carousel of the Delta Breeze. That's cool. Dental Carousel Company. August 1995. Very cool. That's fun. Yep, sure. Random girl sitting in the lawn. Sundial. Well, that's cool, right? Sundial. January 2024. Beautiful flowers, right? That's very cool. Oh, no way. Is that like really there? All right, hold on. Let me just go through these first. Seems very kid friendly. Wow, is there actually like a community garden? That's cool. Definitely looks like a fun place to hang out. They're really hyping this earth is flat. Squirrels. Little doggo. Oh, Hazel. Hi, Hazel. How are you? Blue Wander. Ah, that's awesome. Beautiful flowers, you guys. Love this. All right, cool little farmer's market. September of 2018. Around town. I'm going to be bummed if there's no, oh, look at that, some band. I'm going to be bummed if there's no photos of the, is that where, is this where his, bench isn't in the park? Oh, okay, the bench is, okay. The bench is downtown where Dave hung out interviewing people. Ah, okay. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. All right, we'll keep moving on. Yep, no birds, cats, pets, no dogs, cats, pets, sure, birds or reptiles allowed in the farmer's market. So pretty. All right. Let me get out of here. Compassion bench. Let's look up the compassion bench. Okay, here we go. So there's the compassion bench. Okay, so it is close to the park. I see. So there's Central Park, right? So you got Central Park right there, and then there's the compassion bench. So pretty close, right? I mean, that's pretty close. All right, here's the compassion bench. Compassion Corner, right? Right at 3rd Street. Very cool. Ah, okay. So there you go. So I'm assuming that's the, all right. AT&T. Cool, man. Seems like a groovy little town. So there's the bench. Let's take a cruise. Let's see what's going on. Oops. Rentals available. On this side. Cafe. Panera Bread. Yeah, seems like a cool little town. We're getting closer to the park. Oh, this looks fun. Let's do this over here. That's cool. Trying to get to the park, right? The park's up here. Right? Let's get up to the park. Am I going the wrong way? Hold on. Let me get back to... Fun. All right, that's cool. Okay, there's Central Park. So here's the park. It's really pretty. Nice park. Very nice. You got some apartments over here. Park over here. Very cool. Let's see, where else can we go? What's Aggie Village? Where should we go? Where should we go, Deanna? Where should we go? Tell me, give me a destination. Where should we go? Where's the nightlife? Where's the bars and the nightclubs and restaurants? Where should we go? Is that college? Should we go to college? Tell me where should we go? Give me a street. Give me a cross street or something. Where should we go? I want to go where's the nightlife? What's the Rocknasium? I was just there. Okay, wait. By Central Park, is that where it is? Is this where the nightlife is? You were just in downtown? Okay, so this is right here? Is this considered downtown? No, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go this way. All right, is this downtown? Is this it? Okay, this is downtown. All right, cool. Okay. This is, okay, is this it right here? I know there's a delay. Okay, so this is it. All right, cool. So if I wanted to go see a band, where would I go? Woodstocks is a popular hangout. Let's look up Woodstocks. Woodstocks, Davis, California. Okay. Woodstocks Pizza. Let's check out Woodstocks Pizza. That's fun. Oh, pizza. Right on. Oh, that looks good. Cool. All right, let me see. So this is it right here, Woodstocks? Or no, wait, what is this? That looks pretty cool. What is that? Wait, where's Woodstocks? There's Woodstocks. All right, that's cool. There's Woodstocks Pizza. Very cool. This looks fun over here. What's over here? Ooh, wait. What's this over here? That looks like fun. What is that? The Wonder Bar, G Street Wonder Bar? That looks fun. What's the deal with that place? All right, Fala, have a good one. Thank you for being with us today. We'll see you, and thank you for the gift, Fala. Thank you for the box cutters. Ooh, now you're talking my language. Got some Indian. Is this a good restaurant? Kathmandu? Wait a minute. Nope. Shoot, didn't want to do that. Uh-oh. I lost my Indian. The dumpling house? That looks fun. What's over here? Just some housing, dermatology. Oh, here you go. Uncle Vito's Slice of New York. Is that any good? Is Uncle Vito's a good place? A lot of houses downtown. What's this? Is this a fresh Mexican grill? That looks cool. I see Modelo, so I'm thinking that's Mexican. Oh, insomnia cookies? Oh. Not really, you don't like it? Gotcha, okay. What's the deal with insomnia cookies? What's this? The Growing Groves? Growing Groves? Oh, it's a plant shop. Okay, cool. Pete's Coffee and Tea. That looks like fun. Frozen yogurt. Cute little town. Chipotle. Oops. Oh, what's this? Graphic novels. Oh, yeah, I would definitely be hanging out in here. Bizarro World. Oh, yeah, for sure. Card games, video games, toys, board games, records. Yep, that's where I would go. I would definitely go there. Is that a cool place? They serve warm cookies. Cool. How about Bizarro World? Is that a cool place? I mean, it looks cool. I would definitely go in there. Insomnia cookies are near a lot of college campuses. Never even heard of them. Is Bizarro World cool? Hey, you had me at graphic novels and records. Baskin Robbins. In a card shop? Okay, my husband will be in, yeah. Excuse me. All right, this is we're getting into banks here. All right, I think we're good for the moment. I'm gonna go break for lunch. Let me get the feed back up though before we. A lot of artsy shops for sure. Bizarre World is cool. Yeah, my kind of place. I like those kind of places. You know. I like off the beaten path. That's where I go. I go immediately. I'm not a tourist at all. I do not like the tourist destinations. I go immediately to the off the beaten path. Give me a place where the locals go. That's what I want. That's where I'm drawn to. I don't like to go where the tourists go. So, all right, Drunky, I would love to do this. I want to, you sent something and Superball is drooling on it. Oh, hi. Hi, Precious. Hi, are you going to let me, can I open up? I want to open up this gift that Drunky sent. You see she drooled on it, I think. Did you drool on that? She did. Drunky, she drooled on it. Superball has, Superball has taken over Drunky's gift. All right, maybe at the end of the stream. Maybe at the end of the stream we'll do it. So, exactly, yeah. No Walmart even. That is the best thing I've heard in a long time. That is, I don't think I've ever been in a Walmart. And I'm happy to say I don't think I've ever been in a Walmart. The whole downtown is off the beaten path. My kind of place. Yes, again. Drunky, I want to, okay, here, maybe I can do this. Here we go. I can, oh, and she's biting me. Can I? All right, Drunky, it's gonna have to wait. She'll get up at some point, I'm sure. So we'll unveil that in a second. Can I? What do you say, kiddo? You gonna let me? Hi. Well, hi. She's like, nope, this is mine. Kiddo. Got it. All right. Well, Drunky, we'll get to that later. All right. Let's see. If you like Off the Beaten Path, you enjoyed visiting Kazakhstan. Yeah, no. I'll skip on that one. So that's funny. What are insomnia cookies? I never even heard of these before. I guess I got to get out more. Right, this is my house. All right, wait. Maybe I can slide it out now. Okay. Are you gonna let me? No. She's literally attacking me. I'm trying, Drunky. I swear to God, I'm trying. Dude. She won't let me. All right, it's yours. All right. I tried. She's like, yeah. Try again. Oy. She doesn't like catnip. That's the thing. She doesn't like catnip. Superball doesn't like catnip. All right. Oh my goodness. Let me get this. Sorry guys for that. Okay, I'm gonna go break for lunch. We're gonna reconvene in about a half an hour. So I know, Drunky. Yeah. If Superball gets up, grab the envelope, put it in a drawer or something. Yeah. No. Don't worry. We have means to Coop. We have ways. We'll get her up. All right, guys. I'm going to take a little break. Let me put us back here. We've got a feed up. We're going to play some music. We're going to put the chickens up again. Is Irish Amy with us? Oh, I definitely would love Davis. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Well, I don't know if you knew, I lived in Woodstock for a year and a half. So, and Aaron and I love that, love all that kind of cool stuff. But she hasn't, Ken says she hasn't had Drunky Kush catnip yet. All right, I'm going to break. We'll put the compassion bench up. I'll put the, what do we have here? We'll put the seal back up. We're going to play some music that Aaron put out for us. And I will see you guys in a little bit.
si tú me quieres, ven pa' aquí, te atreves. Dame esto lento, quiero sentir tu cuerpo. Volamos juntos, cuando estamos juntos. Ven pa' aquí, mi amor, hacemos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada.
Without even trying, I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. But the hill should've told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, hacemos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión. Me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, somos
back home too. So take the first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention. Where the world has protection. Where the waves hit the sand. Bodies in the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion. Drifting without a sound. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through lonely streets at night under blood cherry till we hit the lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends, slowly are morphing, the recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry till we hit the ground.
Hey there, guys. Welcome back to. I'm coming back from lunch. Let me get some of this stuff out of the way here. How's everybody doing? Let's see here. All right, that's that. All right. Got some fun stuff to share with you guys. Aaron found this article I'll show afterwards. Apparently there's a Soviet spacecraft that's going to be crashing into Earth at some point this weekend. So that'll be fun to look forward to. It was built to go to Venus, so it's not going to break up as it falls through the Earth's atmosphere. So get ready for that. People on the east coast of the U.S., southeast coast, I should say. So yeah, we have that to look forward to. Dwayne, thank you so much for gifting 5 Trial TV Live memberships. Frankly Curious, Mr. Pancake, Emmy James, Kathy Lynn, and Lisa Rue. Irish Amy, there you are. So, Drunky, are you with us, Drunky? Drunky the Bear? Calling Drunky, are you there? I was able to wrestle your package away from Super Bowl. So, I want to show you guys what Drunky sent us. Let's see. Are you here? Irish Amy, did you have sweet dreams of chickens last night? There you are. Okay, guys. So Drunky the Bear sent a package that Super Bowl was pouncing on. She wouldn't let me open it before the break. So so I'm going to unveil it now. So that is awesome. Thank you so much, Drunky. Really, really appreciate it. Show you. Or should I put it on slim? We can put it on slim. So that's pretty cool. Drunky's drunk. Awesome. Thank you so much, Drunky. Appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. I love it. I was finally able to wrestle the package away from Super Bowl. She put on quite a battle there, and the squeege. Here, let me come back here just in case they come back. I don't want to be caught with that. Okay, so let's see. So le squeege. Oh, that's sweet. So this is, all right. It's for Slim. It's for Slim. So a nice little card. Thank you so much for that. Is it okay if I read it, Drunky, or no? Do you want me to read this? Should I read it? Here, should I read it? I'm asking Drunky. Should I read the card? Yes, that squeegee has been worn down. Should I read the card, Drunky? That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And Aaron does as well. Yes, Irish Amy. Drunky rocks. Lily Wayne, that is so cool. Oh, so neat. Okay, too? Okay, oops, hold on. Okay. All right, so it says, Chris and Aaron, thank you for all your hard work. I really enjoy being in your community. Definitely best chat and mods on YouTube. Love, Drunky the Bear. P.S. You don't have to wear this. It's just for fun. So thank you for that. Really appreciate that. Nice little card. Oops. Yeah. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much, Drunky. We appreciate you. We appreciate that you are in our chat. You make our chat that much more enjoyable, and you make our chat what it is. You know, I really appreciate you. So thank you. Dwayne, that's, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess I don't know how to answer that, but thank you. Oh, hey, Dwayne and Zach, you guys missed it. Slim Pickens is going on a tour of the East Coast. He's going on a tour this weekend. He's going up to North Carolina, then heading back down to Florida. And apparently there's a Soviet spacecraft that's going to crash into Earth over the weekend. So I'll talk about that at the end of the stream. But it's been 50 years in the wrong orbit. So it's Cosmos 482. Could crash overnight tonight. So heads up on that. I want to see how big this thing is. Re-entry time is going to be 2:30 Eastern, plus or minus 2.5 hours. So roughly 10 p.m. tonight to 7 a.m. Saturday morning. So picking and a grinning. So heads up on that. But I'll at the end of the stream I'll pull that up and we can talk about that. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so. Trial Junkies United. Objection! Slim, take cover. Make sure Super Bowl is safe. Who knows where it will land? They are making predictions. They're tracking it, so they are tracking it. They have pretty good tracking software at this point. But we'll get there. It's called Venera. It was launched 53 years ago. Yeah, they're pretty accurate with their tracking. I feel like another one crashed a few years ago. I don't know if that was NASA or not. Oh, we might have some activity in the room. It looks like the jury's coming in. They always do that. I kind of understand now this what do you call it? This camera operator. All right. All right, Florida is screwed. It's definitely on the, chances are it'll go into the ocean. That's usually the way it works. It's all up and down the East Coast. So if you live in Florida, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, you're in the zone, as they say. So. All right, so we're waiting for them to come back from lunch. And we got Mr. Chessman up, Isaac Chessman. He is married to Christine. He's a friend of Kimberlee's. Remember, he was naked. He and his wife, Christine, were naked, sleeping in their tent. He just had his socks on, and he ran out when he heard when what do you call it? Their tarp string snapped, broke, whatever. And he ran out and punched their friend Larry, who was in the tent next to them. And Christine was getting herself dressed, and Isaac is naked in the middle of the night, fighting with his buddy. So quite interesting testimony, that's for sure. Why are you getting bad sci-fi D movie vibes? I know, right? Trial junkies. It happens. What are you guys making poor Dwayne do? Tell another channel? Come on, guys. You guys know that's, you know the deal, mods. You know the deal with that. Don't force Dwayne to mention another channel, please. Thank you. And if he already has, Dwayne, don't worry about it. But mods, come on. All right, so we're waiting for testimony to continue with Isaac Chessman. He's been clean and sober for a year and a month now, and I'm so proud of him and his wife. Oh, here, I think we're ready to go.
Record Beagle versus Carlos Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. And we're continuing this morning's evidence, and we have Mr. Isaac Chessman on, and thank you for coming back and giving more testimony. So, Mr. Van Hook, the People's Direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chessman.
Good afternoon.
Sir, before the lunch hour, one of the things you had mentioned was tying off this tarp, and you mentioned something about a piece of bark. Can you explain what you meant by using it?
Yeah, I could show it best, actually, visually. But yeah.
Okay. I'm going to hand you three things. A piece of bark. A piece of blue line.
Oh, that's perfect. Yep.
And then a little washcloth here. If you can visualize the washcloth as your tarp, the string is your rope, and the bark is a piece of bark.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, I grabbed the corner of it. You basically wrap it like this, and then you would end up wrapping a string around that.
Could you actually tie it off for us? So
oh yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you how it works. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but it's most effective. It's only because it won't come off of your tarp. It doesn't matter how hard the wind shakes, how much it moves, it's not going to come off.
Okay, and so it looks like you have the bark kind of tucked in the fabric.
Almost like a parachute style.
And so the line is tied around the base of the bark so that it holds it in place.
Yes, like an anchor, yeah.
I'm going to take this from you, and Your Honor, I'd like to have this marked as equals 70.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, so you're talking about this line. I'm going to be approaching you with a USB drive. It's marked as equals 68. There's a series of photos. What I want to do is just have you take a look at these photos. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the cursor on the next arrow and just click through them till the end, and just all I want you to do is click through and see if you recognize what these are.
Did you say this was 68?
This is, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And just keep going quietly to yourself until we get to the end. Were you able to look at all the photos, Mr. Chestnut?
Yes, yes.
And do these fairly accurately depict the scene as it was on that day?
Yes, fairly, yeah.
Okay. So, I'd like to take a couple of these photos and show them to you. Are these photos of your tent as it was set up at the encampment there?
Yes, all my other my tarps are underneath that blue one that was sitting on my tent because the rope was cut on that picture. Like you'll see where I was tied. Yeah, sorry.
We'll spend more time on others, but let's just start at the beginning. Mr. Chessman, I'm showing you the photo ending in 7835. Are you able to see that, sir?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
And so, again, is that your blue tent on the right?
Yes.
And then the red tent on the left is Miss Guillory's, or Kimberlee's?
Yes, Miss Kimberlee's, yeah. The one that's rolled up in the back, it looks like, because, yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay. And just leans to about... Okay, so we're looking at one corner of the tent here.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? What is this? What is this kind of white thing on the upper right portion of the photo?
Yeah, so that's my army tarp. That one was one of the thin ones. We did have a thin one, but that was the only one. And that was only mainly because of the rain. When it rains right there, it floods the back way more. So I have it towards where, well, the wind blew over the tarp a little bit because the front got cut. Okay, but it got blown over and the rain normally drips off to the side right there and goes straight towards the sidewalk.
Understood.
Normally, yes.
So in this photo, there's kind of a line that goes from the corner here up to the right.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the same scenario, right? So the strap up top is holding up the tarp, but if I had raised it up just a little bit more, it would have been holding my blue tarp up in the front. So at the same time, they both would have been working together, but using less of my resources. So I had some just in case if an incident did happen and I had to repair it, I had the replacement for it really fast. So that's all tied together. Same thing with that corner was on the other corner when it had tied to the tree. It was helping it stay steady and it would flow straight down. But right now, if it had rained, it would have been getting on my blue tarp and then going towards the front and running off the side.
So I want to get back to the photo that we had before this. Just close this, it should still be there. Looking, if we zoom in on the tree here on photo 7835, the tree right where the cursor is.
Yes, yes.
Do you see that kind of line around the tree?
Yeah, that's my string.
And is it the string that you were talking about that you tied your rope off on?
Yes, yeah. And that one was bungee. It was like a bungee string.
We're going to go to the photo 7852. And you see photo 7852, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, yes, sorry.
All right, is this the same tree with the same rope?
Yes.
And we're going to zoom in on it. So is this the kind of bungee string that you were talking about?
Yes. It had tied onto the tarp, and then I had a stronger rope tied onto the end of that, and which led to the tarp that was hanging off the back. So it kept it all down because the bungee was tight. So I figured that since it's a little bit windy at the same time, if it jumped up and down, at least the bungee would hold it down.
So what I want to try and understand here is this end of the rope is clearly tied to a tree.
Yes.
Is the other end tied to your blue tarp or to your army tarp?
It's tied to the, I believe the blue tarp is supposed to be, yeah, because that's how I use the anchor.
All right, so we can zoom in on the end here. You were mentioning earlier how you'd seen that the end was cut.
Yes.
Is this the cut end you're talking about?
Yes, that's cut. If it was untied, it wouldn't be on the tree anymore. It'd just be on my tarp, or it'd all be on the tree with no bruising like that in the middle of it. It's that's a cut. And you know it was tied tightly because it fanned out when it cut. It didn't stay solid.
All right, so I panned it over to kind of edge of the ground next to the tent. Do you see that kind of squiggly line on the ground there?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Yes, sort of. Yeah, it looks just like my bungee.
Okay.
My bungee rope, yeah.
And then here at the end, do you see this kind of loop tied in this line?
Yes.
Is that the kind of same loop that you use when you're tying a tarp with a piece of bark and using that method?
Yes.
And so after the incident, when you looked at your tent, is this the situation that you found where one end was cut and one end was,
yes.
the two ends have been separated, now you have two pieces of bungee instead of one?
Yes.
All right, I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Sir, I'm going to ask you some questions this afternoon, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response.
Okay.
If you don't know the answer or you can't remember, I don't want you to guess. It's completely appropriate to say, I do not know or I do not remember. Okay. And unless I specify, I'm interested in what you personally observed, what you personally heard, not what someone else told you.
Understood.
Okay. If I'm interested in what someone else told you, I'll ask you that specifically. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, sir, when did you start living in Yolo County?
Shortly after being released from prison. After 3 months after October 18th.
October 18th
of I believe it's 2021. Yeah.
And you were sentenced to prison for a conviction for assault with a deadly weapon causing grave bodily injury?
Yes.
And after you were released from prison, you remained in Yolo County up until the time of this. Well, you're still in Yolo County, right?
Yes.
You've been in Yolo County continuously since you were released from prison.
Yes.
So you were aware of the stabbings that occurred prior to the night that Miss Guillory was stabbed?
Yes.
You were aware of David Breaux being stabbed in Central Park?
Yes.
And you knew of Mr. Breaux?
Yeah.
And then you also heard about the stabbing that happened at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
You said because of this, you decided to kind of camp in a group?
Yeah.
And obviously you were a little bit, well, not a little bit, you were more on edge because of the stabbings that had happened?
Yes.
So I'd like to direct your attention to the night that Miss Guillory was stabbed. Had you camped at that location the night before, or was this the first night you were camping at that location?
It was not the first night.
Had you camped at the same location the night before, if you remember?
Yes.
But you packed up your tents during the day so you don't get bothered by the police?
Yes. Yeah.
So sometime that evening, you set up camp again?
Yes.
And this was the first night that you got the tent for Miss Guillory to use that belonged to Larry Pilot?
Yes.
Because the night before, Miss Guillory had been sleeping outside in the open next to Alberto's tent?
Yes.
If you recall, what time did you set up the tents again, approximately? And don't guess.
Approximately, it was shortly after Respite had closed. So Respite had closed around 1:30, 2 o'clock. And so we had to be away from there because the cops would normally show up if you didn't. So we went down the way. We just chilled for a minute, did our own thing, got some food, the normal. So about a couple hours after that, so around like 5.
When you set up the camp at approximately 5 o'clock, was Miss Guillory there, or did you just set up the tent for her, if you remember?
Well, me and Larry had set up the tent for her.
My question is, was she there when you set up the tent for her, if you remember?
Yeah, she was there. She was there because she dropped off her dog, but she had left shortly after.
So when you set up the tents, there was Miss Guillory's tent, your and your wife's tent, and then there was Larry's tent.
Yes.
And the opening of Larry's tent faced the opening of Miss Guillory's tent.
Yes.
At some point that evening, after the camp had been set up, Miss Guillory left.
Yes.
And then approximately about 9 o'clock, you saw something that caught your attention.
Yes.
You had been in your tent and you went out to use the bathroom behind some cardboard you had set up.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was about getting dark. Was it dark at this point?
Yeah, it was dark at this point, almost like a half hour after.
This cardboard is something you set up to provide some privacy if you have to relieve yourself.
Yes.
And it's for urinating. You set the cardboard so if you have to urinate.
Well, it's mainly for my wife because she can't just whip out like us men, so,
It's a lot harder.
Yes, it is.
But you still use it, you use it yourself too? So
yes.
you don't want to be accused of exposure or something.
Exactly. I don't want that, no.
So when you got out, this is around 9 o'clock, you noticed that a branch had been moved.
Yeah.
So you thought there was a branch that you saw near the cardboard that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
And that caught you as unusual.
It did.
At that point, you started getting a bad feeling.
Yeah, I started getting really bad vibes.
You started getting bad vibes. And by vibes, you mean just a kind of internal sense that something was wrong.
Yeah, almost like when you know you're about to do something wrong. A very intensified feeling of that inside my stomach. And yeah.
And it was at that point, when you're getting this bad vibe, that you saw someone across the street.
No, I seen a person run across the street and stop at every shadow of a tree as he crossed. And my exact words to him was,
well, we're going to go step by step.
Yeah.
How long after you first started getting this vibe did you see this person run across the street?
About 4 minutes, 5 minutes until, yeah.
And when you say run across the street, are you referring to L Street?
I'm referring to 2nd and L, yeah.
So L runs north and south?
Yep, right next to the bend, right before you hit main stage.
L runs north and south, and then it turns east and becomes 2nd Street.
Yes.
Where did you see this person? Did he cross the street while it was still L before the bend? Where did he cross?
Okay, so here's the bend going straight down. The first turn on that left, the very first left, he ran across. It's the middle of the night, no cars, backpack on, hoodie, Adidas pants. But yeah.
This gentleman, when he ran across, was he heading north on L, or was he heading south on L?
He was heading directly towards the railroad tracks, but he ran straight across, but walked towards the railroad tracks in that direction. So he's heading towards the bend that goes east.
So he's initially on your side of the street, walking south on L, and then he cuts across to the east side of the street on L. You see him run?
I seen him run because I say, you look just like the dude they've been describing. I've been stabbing people. He took off, and I took off after him.
We're going to go through this step by step. Okay, so once he runs across the street, that catches your attention.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a black hoodie.
Yes.
With a backpack.
Yes.
And Adidas track pants.
They're sweatpants, yeah.
So when you say Adidas, you're saying...
I'm saying he has the 3 strips going down his pant leg.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know how sometimes when we remember things, we can sometimes combine information that people told us and then it becomes our memory? Have you ever had that experience?
Yeah, through adrenaline and through, panic sometimes, but...
And so listen to my question. Do you actually have a memory of seeing the man at 9 o'clock wearing Adidas sweatpants, or was that a fact you may have heard later on from somebody else?
I strictly remember seeing him run across the street and skip from shadow to shadow until I hollered at him. He started walking very normally. And then when I told him that, he took off running and I took off after him. I did see the clean shaven face. I saw the curly hair. I knew he was younger than, or around my age. I'm about 28 years old. I know he was around my age. Everybody thought he was older, but no.
And he yelled out at him, you look like the dude who's been stabbing.
No, I said, you look just like the dude they described that been stabbing people.
And then you chased him.
And then I chased him, yes.
And he ran...
he ran towards the cannabis club, towards the main stage, but he was going straight.
So when he got to the curb, he turned left and started running east on 2nd Street.
No, he stayed on the same sidewalk. He went across the street and stayed on that sidewalk across from my tent. And he ran on that sidewalk and went down, but I had chased him up to the corner.
I think we're going to have to get a map here, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah.
The hand gestures are...
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do, but
just a moment, sir.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Defense Exhibit A. Right. And does he have the laser pointer?
Yes, I do.
So, sir, hold on. Don't point yet.
Yes, yeah.
So, looking at, this is an aerial map.
Yes. Yeah.
And you recognize the streets?
I recognize 2nd Street, and that's L right there. So right where the cursor is, right? So...
Okay, stop here.
Yeah.
I'm going to give me, and your tent is approximately...
Right about there.
Right where the cursor is, kind of a little more than halfway down the block from between 3rd and 2nd. You would agree?
Yes.
All right. And you're outside your tent. Where is this man the first time you see him?
I seen him run across from here to there.
Okay, so you're looking, I guess, north toward 3rd Street.
Yes.
And you see this individual run across from 3rd Street, run across
the street.
Across L.
Yes. And over there, there's a tree plant. And at night, it's dark. So it's really dark in those spots.
All right.
Yeah.
So he's now on the east side of L.
Yes.
And he's wearing black hoodie.
Yes.
Adidas sweatpants.
Yeah.
And long, dark, curly hair.
Yeah, well, it's only curly at the end.
And he was a man in his 20s, you could tell.
I could tell, just by, because I used to run track too. And so I've seen a lot of different people at different ages run, and everybody runs differently. And there was no reason to run. There was no cars, it's the middle of the night, college is out. There's no reason to really run unless you're up to something.
Okay. So you see, and on L Street, there's basically planter box with tree, planter box with tree, planter box with tree. All the way
Yeah, yes.
And you were seeing him run from planter box to planter box?
Yes, pretty much, yeah.
And he stopped?
And then he had stopped and started walking normally when I had said, hey, yo, bruh. And he started walking real normal. And then I said, you look just like the dude. And he took off. So.
And so when he took off running, did he run south on L Street?
Yep, he followed the whole sidewalk all the way down.
And then once he got to where L Street turns into 2nd Street...
I had turned back around and went back to my wife because she screamed for me.
Did you see whether he turned east on 2nd Street or whether he turned west and went behind the the PG&E?
No, Robert had showed up, and so I told him to follow him. I said follow him down the street because he was on a bike. So he rode his bike down the street, and he said he had a brown backpack when he came back, but that was what he told me.
All right, so
yeah.
My question is, before you ended your pursuit, did you see whether the man, once he got to the bend, whether he went east on 2nd Street, like this way, or whether he went west on the old gravel 2nd Street?
He went straight east.
He went east?
Yeah, he went east.
Down toward the cannabis?
Yes, main stage.
But because you stopped pursuing him, you didn't see where he went?
After that, no.
But Albert pursued him? Mm-hmm. And that's Alberto Osorio?
Yes.
And Alberto was on a bike?
Yes.
So you believe at this point the person you just chased was the person who committed the 2 previous stabbings. That was your belief at the time?
Yes.
Right. So you actually called the police?
Yes.
And you placed that 911 call?
Yes.
Kimberlee Guillory was not present at the time you chased this individual?
No. No, she was not.
She arrived back later?
Later on with some In-N-Out.
And by In-N-Out, you mean In-N-Out burger?
Yes, she had a drink and a bag with probably a burger and some fries in it.
Did you, if you recall, did you tell Kimberlee when she got back what you observed?
Yes, I told them all, but they all thought I was crazy because I was struggling with the drug at the time. And I wasn't high at the time, but since I did have the history, they wouldn't listen to me really. They just thought, you're paranoid. And then when it really happened, they were like, oh, you were right. And so I was like...
Let me ask you about that. So congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you. I'm so happy.
And I need that. But you know, trying to stop using it can be a step forward, step back process.
Yeah.
Do that. Were you still using methamphetamine regularly during this time period?
No, my wife had been hindering me from getting anything for like a cool almost week. So I was pretty coherent. I was just really, really shocked it happened. Like, I knew it was going to, like I had a feeling, but it happened, so yeah.
So basically, remember, you had not used methamphetamine at least within a week of this happening?
At least, yeah.
So you told Kimberlee what you'd seen. Did you tell her, give her a description of what you'd seen?
I gave the same description I gave to the cops. I said he's younger than me, or he's about my age. He's clean cut. He's not what you guys are thinking, and he ran like he had ran track before, but I'm not sure, and that's what I told him.
So let's ultimately, so you're really on edge at this point. You have the stabbings, and then the person you believe. Did the police come and investigate?
They took a minute. They took a long time to show up, but they showed up eventually.
Did you give them a statement about what you'd seen?
Yes, the second time.
Not the second time. So you called the police around after the 9 o'clock incident where you observed this individual. Did they arrive in response to that call?
Yeah, but they took a minute, and then they did their little survey of the area because they drove around for a second, and then they came back and talked to me.
Let me clarify, because a minute can mean different things depending on what generation.
Okay, understood.
For some of us older people, a minute means a minute. When you said it took a minute, what did you mean? More considerable period of time?
It took an unusual amount of time. It took about like almost 17, I'd say roughly 18 minutes, close to 20, but it wasn't a half hour. I know that, but they did show. So.
And then they searched the area, but did they tell you if they found anything?
No, they said that well, there's no evidence of anybody around because they checked the railroad tracks and the little areas, and that was it. And then they said, okay, well, if you see anything else, call us back.
So this is sometime between 9 and 10 when they show up?
Yes.
And ultimately, later that evening, you all go to bed?
Everybody else fell asleep, yeah. I stayed awake. I couldn't go to sleep.
Because of the incident that had happened earlier?
Yeah.
So, when you finally went in your tent, was Kimberlee in her tent, or was she out, if you remember?
So she had showed up, and that's the reason why I knew that she had in and out. My wife was the one that really seen her when she came back.
Okay, so did you actually see Kimberlee come back, or you were laying what your wife told you?
No, I seen her come back. Okay, I seen her come back.
So, when you described how once you went in your tent that you packed a bunch of clothing around the outside of the tent?
Yes.
Okay. So, your entrance to your tent is facing, you saw the photos, that was facing
the sidewalk.
The sidewalk. What did you, let's go step by step, what did you do in order to give yourself more of a barrier along the wall facing the sidewalk?
So basically what I did was I had put all my clothes. So I even took the clothes off of my own body, and she took the clothes off of her own. And because in the front, we didn't have enough to actually pack the front. So we had enough to like fluff it up, make it noticeable, like if it was pressed down, but we didn't have enough like that. But we had it everywhere, surrounding us. And we were sleeping in the middle in fetal position, and that was it.
And so all your belongings in the tent were pushed up against would be the east wall?
All of it was pushed up against every wall.
Okay.
On the corner of every wall. So you couldn't really tell where we were laying.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Was there clothing in front of the exit entrance? In other words, did you push it up against the part where you would unzip?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And then you took off all your clothes. Were you covered with a blanket or a sleeping bag or anything?
Yeah, we had our little pallet made. So I had like a thing of foam underneath some blankets, and I had the blankets layered over that. And then we had a blanket for us to cover with as well. So we were pretty warm and snug. And we had a Mr. Buddy. We were pretty good.
Mr. Buddy?
Yeah, Mr. Buddy heater.
Okay.
Yeah.
That a battery operated heater?
No, propane.
Propane.
Yeah.
Does that make any sort of sound?
It'll click, and that's it. And if it runs out, it'll whistle, and it'll let you know it's about to go out. So, yeah.
So you're laying in the center, and you're holding your wife, and you believe you never fell asleep.
No, I know I didn't. I kept on getting. Okay, so I had PTSD after that, like for a while. I wake up kicking and screaming.
We'll get to that. I want to talk about.
But at the time, I was too focused on the wind, the rain, and everything moving around me for me to actually relax and go to sleep.
Because after you went in the tent, it started raining.
Yes.
And then the wind picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And whenever you're in a tent and the wind picks up, that can be a concern.
Yeah, the walls are moving. You don't know if somebody's right next to you. Somebody could be going through your stuff. You know, it's always something, especially being homeless.
But just when you went into the tent and packed everything around, at that point it hadn't started raining.
No.
It was later after you were in that the wind picked up and the rain picked up.
Yes.
And while you were laying there, that's at some point you hear something which you later determined was your string snapping.
Yes.
But at that moment, with the wind and the rain, you didn't know what it was. You just heard something.
I just heard something, but I came to the conclusion of that because once after the snap, the tarp slapped my tent, and if it was still tied up, it wouldn't have never slapped my tent. So
when you heard the snap, there was still rain and wind.
Yes.
But you didn't hear any, since you were on edge, that you'd seen this person, just a couple, 2.5 hours earlier, you were listening to see if anyone would be walking up to your tent.
Yes, I was trying to stay aware just in case.
although you heard this snap, you didn't hear footprints or footsteps or anything like that. You recognized as someone walking up to your tent.
I'm not going to say because I really can't say I did.
Well, if you heard footsteps, wouldn't you have reacted?
Yeah, so, yeah.
And you said when you heard the snap, you just kind of held your wife close.
I held her closer, shook her real quick, and she woke up. I said, I know he's here. I said, I feel it.
But that right there, that you know he's here, that was based on your internal feeling. Right?
The same feeling that I had, yeah.
The same feeling that you had 2.5 hours earlier.
Yeah, 3 minutes before the person ran across the street.
So you felt the person, it was the same, you felt the person who you'd seen 2.5 hours earlier was then back?
Yes.
And is your testimony that within 45 seconds, you then hear Kimberlee scream?
Roughly after, not 45 seconds, but...
How long was it?
It was a couple minutes, honestly.
I just heard you earlier, but it was a couple minutes after you got that vibe that you hear Kimberlee scream.
Yeah.
And initially you don't hear any words, you just hear a scream.
No, I hear her talking but screaming loudly. The guy, he's here, he's hitting me, the curly man, stabbing me, he's stabbing me once, well, she didn't say she stabbed me, but hitting me, he's hitting me. And so I realized that she was stabbed, and that was when, yeah.
Here's my question. Did you hear when I just say scream, I don't mean, I'm not going to demonstrate, but it's just a scream, like when someone screams in terror or pain. No words, just a scream. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Did you hear a scream before you heard words, or was the first thing you heard just words?
It was an initial scream.
Okay. And it was a loud scream?
Yeah.
And it scared you?
Well, it kind of propelled me to move. It's just who I am.
But the first thing you heard was a scream with no words. And then it was after that scream that Kimberlee said some things, correct?
Yes.
And then so after the initial scream, she said something to the effect of, help, help, he's here. Well, what words do you remember?
Help, the curly man is here, he's hitting me.
The curly man?
The curly-haired man, sorry.
And so you knew that she is describing the person you had chased earlier.
Yeah.
And you were the person who described him to her since she wasn't there.
I told her what had happened. I didn't describe all the features and stuff like that to her.
Then my question is, how would she have known the man had curly hair 2.5 hours earlier if she wasn't there?
Because I may have told her that part. That makes sense, yeah. I may have told her about the curly hair part. But I didn't describe the clothes or nothing like that because she was off doing her own thing, really. Nobody was really listening to me.
So you hear the scream, then help, help, the curly hair guy or guy with curly hair, what, something to that effect?
Yes, something to that effect, yeah.
And then you immediately get up?
Yeah, I immediately got up.
You're naked this time?
Yeah, just my socks.
So you're moved towards the door?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You're unable to, you have trouble getting it unzipped?
Yeah, so I'm crouching in tents normally. They'll jam if you're trying to unzip them fast. They'll jam because they'll snag their little bit of the tent in with the zipper, so they jam it. So I went up and it jammed. I ripped it open and unzipped the rest of the way, and I ran out.
Did you have to push anything aside, the clothing, before you tried to open up the tent?
Just the miscellaneous stuff, that like a little bit of the clothes kind of blocking the zipper. The heater that we have is kind of blocking as well, and just random things.
So if you're in the tent facing, if you're in the tent facing the entry,
yeah.
Is it a zipper that goes straight up, vertically up and down, or is it kind of a circle?
It's a circle. So basically you're starting off at the bottom, like that.
And imagine imagine I'm in your tent right now.
Yeah.
And I'm facing the street. I'm going to unzip it. Do I start on the right side and go over to the left, or I start on the left side and come to the right, or can it go both ways?
It starts off on the right side because I'm crouching down. I'm trying to get it off of the right, and I remember.
And it was dark?
It was dark. Yeah, it was dark.
First, you have to find the zipper in the dark.
Exactly.
And once you found the zipper, you try to open it. So yes?
Yes.
But because when you try to open the zipper really quickly, it kind of jams.
Yes.
And that's what happened.
Yes.
And ultimately, you couldn't get it to unjam, so you basically just ripped the zipper?
Yes, I grabbed the door and the top and I ripped it apart like that. And normally the zipper will knock off the hinge or it'll free itself and keep on unzipping.
So you made some effort to get it to unzip, and then when you couldn't do it, that's when you made the decision to rip out.
Yes.
And then you go outside, and it's dark.
Yes, it's dark.
And you look toward where Kimberlee is, the entrance to her tent should be.
Yes.
And you see someone appearing to try to in the front of Larry's tent.
Yeah, trying to get in real fast.
It looks like someone's trying to get into Larry's tent?
No, it looked like somebody was trying to get into Kimberlee's tent.
So you then, in the dark, run over and you punch that individual?
Yes.
How many times do you punch that individual?
I hit him twice. He got down. I realized there was a tent still surrounding him after that. So I said, "Who are you?" And then he said it was Larry. I said, "Oh, dude." And I unzipped the tent. And then he got out and we both started looking.
So he was still inside his tent?
Yes. He had played leapfrog and headbutted the person.
Okay. You didn't observe?
I didn't observe that part, no, but that's what he told me, yes.
Larry, when you saw Larry, he was still in his tent?
Yes, in a one-man tent.
In a one-man tent, trying to get out of that tent?
Yes.
Okay. And you punched him, kind of, was it through the tent while he was still trying to get out?
Well, when I had gotten out, he's standing straight up. He was just standing.
But was he still in his tent trying to get out, or was he right outside the door of his tent?
It looked like he had panicked and stood up immediately and just went for whatever was there. That's what it looked like to me.
So, in other words, it appeared that he stood up kind of in his tent.
Yes.
And was trying to get the door open so he could get completely out.
I don't know if he was trying to get the door open.
But when you hit him, he was still standing up in his tent?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you punched him 2 times before he said, "It's Larry."
Yes.
And then you stopped punching him?
Yeah.
And at that point, you your attention was drawn to Kimberlee's tent?
Yes.
That's when you saw it was open?
On the side.
On the side where it should be open?
Yeah. That's
when Kimberlee said something about someone had punched her?
Yeah, she thought she had gotten punched. And the tear wasn't that big. It almost looked like a half box, about like this, and that was it.
Okay, let's describe this tear. So, how big was the tear when you initially saw it?
The opening was about the space of this napkin.
So
it was about the space of this, yeah.
So you're holding up.
Yeah. He had to put his hand through and that was it. And
okay,
went for
so
it.
you just for the record, you just gestured with your left hand. It looked like someone had just punched through this hole. You made a fist with your left hand and punched.
No, they had stabbed right through it. Went into the tent and went for wherever they were going for.
What I'm going to say, now you just made a stabbing movement.
Mm-hmm.
Did you initially when you first did the demonstration?
Initially I said like this, and in words like that.
So when you first made the demonstration, you gave someone punching with a fist through this tissue, correct?
I was pointing a knife forward, but yes, the fist was made, yes.
So initially you made a fist when you punched through this?
Sure,
Hold on,
yes,
hold on.
sure.
He didn't see what happened.
I know, but it's okay.
Hold on. The focus is on what he observed in the tent, and counsel's trying to narrow that.
I was trying to describe his initial demonstration.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what he saw in the tent. That's fair.
I'd like to have this marked as...
Yeah. I believe the hole was bigger when they moved Kimberlee out of the tent.
That's what I want to get to.
Yeah.
So before Kimberlee was moved out of the tent, the hole was the size of the tissue we just had marked as Defense Exhibit F.
Yes, roughly, yes.
When you were speaking to Kimberlee and saw she was bleeding, had you guys opened up her real entrance? Is that how you were able to see her?
No, we had ended up opening it, and I saw blood running down her leg, and I believe Alberto was there at the time too. He as well said that you do have blood running down your leg too.
Here's my question.
And so she laid back down.
Sir, here's my question. Obviously, with the whole size of a tissue, how were you able to see Kimberlee? Did you tear open the tent further, or did you open up her real entrance, and that's how you were able to see her? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I understand your question.
If you don't remember, that's fine.
Honestly, I don't remember the exact part of that moment.
But you do remember very clearly that when you first saw the hole in the tent, it was the size of that tissue.
Yes.
And at some point later, someone ripped that tent further.
Yeah.
But you don't know who did that.
Mm-mm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you do know it wasn't you who ripped that tent further.
That's correct.
So whether at some point you're able to see inside Kimberlee's tent.
Yes.
But as you sit here today, you don't know you don't remember if someone opened the door or if someone ripped the tent further. You just have a memory of looking in and seeing her.
Yes.
And at that point, she's still saying she felt like she'd been punched.
Yeah. She's getting up. She's looking for her dog, and she was about to grab her things. I seen blood, and she laid back down because we told her to lay back down. We called the cops again. They showed up, and then next thing you know, it was tape, and we had to be at a distance from that point.
And Kimberlee's, when you saw the blood, that's when you realized that you think she may have been stabbed. When you saw the blood?
No, I knew it. I knew that she had been stabbed from that point. Only because, like, you had to have been punctured in order to be bleeding, so you were stabbed with something, period. You were stabbed.
Other than Larry and Kimberlee, when you got out of your tent, you did not see anybody else?
No. He was gone before I even got out.
And even though you never saw the person who stabbed Kimberlee, you believed it was the same person you chased about 2.5, 3 hours earlier?
Yes.
In fact, you gave multiple interviews to the media explaining how the person who stabbed Kimberlee had been there
scoping
us out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, even though you never saw the person who stabbed Kimberlee, you just believed it was the person you chased 2.5 hours earlier?
I had a pretty good look, because when I did walk up on the person, I was already halfway across the street, and I could see directly in front of me. Like, he was at the point where all the lights are, because it's open fence at that point. But yeah.
You had a very good look at the person you chased?
Yes.
You never saw...
I didn't see it, no, not the second time, no.
Okay. But you just concluded it had to be the same person?
Yes.
And so when you told the media that this person had been at your camp scoping you out and that you chased him, in your mind you believed the person who stabbed Kimberlee and the person you chased were the same individual?
Yes.
And you still believe that to this day?
Yes. And the proof that I have for that is the tent that's on the other side of the building. So the tent on the other side of the building apparently had been messed with as well.
That's something someone else told you?
No, that's also something that I had went over there because I was going to go and get Meech. Meech is a common known person there, but his tent was on the other side, and so I was about to get him, but his tent was cut as well.
So you're certain that the person you saw and chased is the person who stabbed Kimberlee?
Yeah, I'm certain, but
No doubt in your mind.
no.
There's no possibility that the person you chased was someone different than Kimberlee, correct? There's no possibility that the person you chased was Khalid Siddiqui, who works at Steve's Pizza. No possibility.
There's no possibility for that. I mean, why else run across the street and hopscotch from shadow to shadow if you're not doing anything? What's the point in doing all that in the middle of the night with no cars, no college, nothing to do, nobody after you? You're just supposed to run across the street, run down a way, just ignore somebody that's talking to you, pretend like they don't exist because they acknowledged you? And then to keep on running and then eventually something happens the same night? There's not a coincidence to that, sir.
Sir, prior to today, has anyone ever told you that the Davis Police Department identified the person you chased and it was not Carlos Dominguez? Has anyone ever told you that?
Nope, nobody ever told me any of it.
No one, before today, no one ever told you that the person you chased was named Khalid Siddiqui and he worked at Steve's Pizza and he was coming home from work? Did anyone ever tell you that?
Nope.
And you know that can't be true because you're certain the person you chased is the person who stabbed Miss Guillory.
Well, yeah, the person had curly hair at one point until they cut it off.
So if a Davis police officer were to say that you saw a video of the search of the chase and you were chasing Khalid Siddiqui, he'd be lying.
Well,
Objection.
Sir, you agree people can make mistakes about what they...
Well, nobody's perfect, yeah. Anybody can make a mistake.
And so when you told the media that you had chased the person who had stabbed Miss Guillory, that he had been scoping you out, you were making an assumption that the person you chased had to have been the person who stabbed Miss Guillory.
I can't say that because there's no reason for the behavior. There's no explanation for the behavior.
Do you think it's possible that someone who's walking home from work who would see you yelling at him, hey, you look like the person who stabbed, and starts chasing him, don't you think that may cause him some fear?
Maybe if it was the other way around. Say, for instance, if he had been walking and I approached him and then he started running, maybe. But since he ran and then skipped from each shadow and then started walking normal when I approached him, but it then took off, that's what raised suspicion. Because he's running already. There's no reason to run. It's the middle of the night, no cars. I'll always revert to that because there's no explanation for it.
And okay, hold on. Counsel, I think I've got his answer on this.
Have you had conversations with Miss Guillory after she got out of the hospital about...
No, not really. Nah, she didn't really come around, and when we did see her, things were kind of different. She wasn't really as nice as she was before. She was just different. She wasn't as nice.
So, I'm going to show you some exhibits, sir. And if you recall, after Miss Guillory was stabbed, was it you who called 911 or did she call 911?
I called 911.
So there should be a 911 recording of you calling regarding Miss Guillory?
Yes.
And we can get the blinds. It's not too dirty.
Now, sir, I'm showing you what's been marked. People's Exhibit 68, People's Exhibit 68. This is photo 835. Now, there appears to be a string attached
Yeah, that's to tie off to a pipe so that way you can let air flow into if you want to open up the tarp but not take off the top. So that's all that's for.
Tied off that night when you saw the tissue-sized hole, or was it already untied, if you recall?
I do not recall that.
So where would this, which I'm zooming in, is the string on Ms. Guillory's, where would that be tied off to if it was?
It would be put into the ground. So like they have a pike that has a loop, you stick the string through it, you tie it, and then you hammer the pike into the ground, and it holds it open, letting it vent.
There does not appear to be a little pike in the ground. So this just appears to be hanging loose when the tent was set up, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm showing you now, right here, this is again photo 7835. This is the string, it's a bungee type string. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And this is the string that you later, after hearing the little snap, you later determined this had been cut, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's.
Oh, snap. I remember now. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you recall telling the officers you heard a snap?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And is that a snap like when a bungee kind of comes loose?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm zooming in on, this is photo 78. I hate computers.
Yeah, they could be a pain sometimes.
It appears to be a red and white stripe.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, which is mine. Yeah.
It's like a kind of a candy cane type. Right. So, and it's very thin, right?
Yes, it's very thin.
It's a very thin bungee material.
Yes.
So it's not like those thick bungees that you use to...
Not like the straps that I have in the back. You know, it's not like those.
I'm going to go to another exit. Hold on, sir.
See, I use straps in the back of it. Yeah.
And I'm showing you People's Exhibit 68. Now this is photo 7848. You see the bungee tied to the tree right there? Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
And this is all after items have been removed from Miss Guillory's tent. The camp didn't look like this when you left, right?
Yeah, no.
And you were actually, once police arrived, you guys were not allowed back in your tent.
Yeah, we wasn't allowed, no.
Right. So the photos we're looking at right now, this is the following morning, presumably.
Yes.
After police have been in the area.
Yes.
Right? This is not how your camp looked like when you last left it.
Only because they had did their investigation, so.
In other words,
yeah.
They had a canopy up, they had a bloody pillow, some clothing, they had a ladder. All those things weren't there when you left your camp.
Yes.
But this chair...
That chair was already there. That was my chair.
And that chair is in the same location it was when you went to bed.
Yes, because I was sitting in that, and I was looking down the street.
So, sir, when you got out of the tent, you would have had to take, so right here, this is basically the area when you would get out, correct?
Yes.
So, which route did you take to get over to Larry? Did you run between the tree and the tent? Or did you come around the tree and then go over to Larry's? Do you understand my question?
I don't remember.
Okay, but just so you understand, where I have this cursor right here, okay?
Yeah.
That is where you would exit the tent, correct?
Yeah, the whole middle part right there.
So you had heard screams, so you're focused on getting to Kimberlee. Correct?
Yes, yes.
So your route, and when you got out of the tent, you remember turning right. correct?
Yes, I remember.
So you would have either had to go right between the tree and the tent,
Or around the tree.
or around the tent.
So either or. But I did end up inside, so I more than likely went between the tent and the tree.
So
to be honest,
if this string was still up at the time you if this string was still up at the time you got out of the tent, you would have ran right through it.
no, I would have ended up tripping because it was a solid piece. There was no tears, no rubs, no rips, no fabric hanging out due to Velcro sticking or none of that. It was a perfectly good bungee that I had taken off of a previous tent that in between the bars, because the bars get held by the elastic, and when you pull them apart you can cut it and then you can untie the end and pull out a whole bungee. And since I was running low on stuff, I wanted to keep my more proper things that I would normally use safely, so I just used what I could at the time. So just in case if it did rip, I can repair it with something stronger and have that, that's pretty much it.
Let's assume though, so if this bungee was up when you got out, you would have ran through it, and you said it would have caused you to trip. Is that what
Yeah, it would have caused me to fall.
And so because you didn't fall, you know it was still up at that time. Is that your testimony?
Since I didn't fall, I knew that it was not up at that time.
So I'm showing you now. And this bungee was tied to the blue tarp?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and I'm looking here, this is
It's facing towards my tent.
photo 7851. And the entire bungee was this candy cane type material, right?
Yes.
So, photograph 7851, do you see the other portion of the candy cane type material in this photo?
No, I do not. I only see what's tied to the tree.
All right, so here we go. This is photo 7852, okay? I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah.
This is the candy cane type material, right?
Yes.
This, you identified on direct examination that this apparently little string down here is the other half of the bungee?
Yeah, it looked like it had been part of it and was unraveled, but
let's zoom in.
It's all white, so I doubt it is.
So that's all white?
Yes.
So that's not the other half of the bungee?
No.
Objection, argumentative.
So, sir, where, if...
I told you that it was tied to another string attached to the tarp on top of the tent, which is folded over. You probably can't see it because the tarp is folded over, but it's all, I used as little as possible to do what I did in order to keep what I had.
Well, let's go through and see if we can find that other part of the string. 7853, do you see it here? I'll zoom in. No?
I can't see it.
It should be hanging down from the blue tarp, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I should still have an anchor in there as well, but there's not one.
So what happened to it?
I don't know, maybe it got manhandled through their investigation. I don't know.
Why would the investigators take part of the bungee and not the other part?
Well, why would they?
Hold on, sustain.
They only seized our tent. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm new to this.
I just have a loud voice too. When I sustain an objection, it means don't answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all right. I didn't explain the rules before, but that's the way it works.
Okay.
Okay, then he's going to come up with another question.
Did you ever point out to the investigators this other part of this bungee that had been cut?
It wasn't our main focus at the time.
Okay. And sure, just so I understand, when you heard the snap initially, while still inside the tent, you didn't at that time realize, hey, the bungee is snapped. You just remember hearing the snap, correct?
No, I knew something was cut because the tarps had hit my tent, and when they're tied up like that, the certain tarps are not going to hit my tent because they're tied up. But it's almost like if I was holding this and I just let it hit that, you know what I mean? My whole tarp will fall down, like, because it has nothing holding it up.
But here's what I'm trying to clarify. Unless I'm mistaken, I apologize if I am. My understanding was you testified on direct that when you first heard the snap, you didn't know what it was because there's animals, so that's my question. When you first heard the snap, do you say to yourself, boom, that's the bungee being cut, or you just didn't know what it was?
I heard the snap. I didn't say anything or think anything of it at first until I got the vibe and feeling in my stomach again. I woke my wife up and I told her, he's here again, I feel it. And that was it.
And it was later when you saw that portion of the candy cane on the tree that you concluded, oh, this person must have cut the tarp.
Yes, because my tarp kept on hitting my tent all of a sudden. And I was like, my tarp must be cut. And then not long after that, just the scream, and then he's here and all that stuff.
And as you sit here today, you don't know what happened to the other part of that bungee. You don't know what happened to it.
No, because once they did their investigation, we was no longer to be around the tent. We could only be across the street, down the way. There's another business with the overhead and a porch-like thing that splits off like this and goes out front. So we stayed there and with our blanket, and that was it. We tried to stay warm. I walked back and forth from respite a few times with Jason, and he was tripping out because I ended up getting all of them and let them all know it all happened, and they all came through and stayed there for a while.
So you told many people about what you had.
Well, it was fresh on my mind, absolutely.
But I mean, the story that you told about the individual scoping out, being there 2 hours after earlier, you told that to as many people as you could, right?
Well, yes, everybody that was in the same situation. Yes, absolutely.
And you basically participated in every media interview that was offered to you, right?
No. They actually came looking for me. I wasn't looking for attention. I didn't do this for no attention.
I'm not saying
that wasn't the goal.
I'm saying you participated in every media interview that was offered to you. In other words, when someone wanted to interview you, you spoke to them and told them about what you saw.
Yes, yes. We said yes until my wife's daughter had a problem with it, and then we stopped.
And during those multiple media interviews, you repeated the story that you told today about chasing the man down L Street, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And Mr. Vanderhook, any redirect?
Mr. Chesson, thank you for your patience. Just a couple questions. When this incident was going on with Kimberlee and you're coming out of your tent and Punch Larry, was it dark out?
Yes, it was dark. On our side, it was dark. There was only light towards the railroad track, and it was very dim light. It wasn't really bright white light. It's almost like orange light.
And then, after Kimberlee was attacked, but before the police arrived, you said something about footprints. What was going on with footprints?
Okay, so it had just started to rain, and the sidewalk was still dry. So the person that walked into the mud walked onto the sidewalk, and there was footprints, and we were trying to protect it, but the rain started coming, and the cops didn't get there in time, so it got messed over. But yeah, that's why
Were these footprints on the sidewalk?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it was on the sidewalk, and I believe there was one in the mud.
And which direction were they going?
One was going towards the tent, and one was going away. Part of me wants to say that it was towards the railroad tracks.
Objections.
But that's just
withdrawn.
Yeah.
And then there were some questions about where the description of the person with the curly hair came from. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I still remember the map. So.
Pause you there. Do you remember hearing about the other stabbing incidents in the news media prior to this?
Yeah, one at Central Park, one at Sycamore Park.
All right, and had you heard the curly hair description come through the media reports about the potential suspect in these stabbings?
I believe so originally, yes.
No additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Nothing on that, right? No. Okay, Mr. Chessman, thank you for your testimony today, and have a great day.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Subject to recall for evidentiary purposes only, Your Honor.
That's the order, subject to recall. Thank you. Okay, so we still have some time. I want to make use of it. Mr. DeMora.
You recall 2, Yang.
Okay, great. Off the record. Feel free to stand up and stretch. We've just got a few more minutes, though. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding over this trial. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath. We were just taking a stretch break. That's why I don't stand. And then I'm going to have you take the witness stand, okay? Okay. Thanks.
You do solemnly swear to you will give the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and call them both.
To Yang, Touyang.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yang.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I am a lane print analyst 2 for the California Department of Justice, Bureau of Forensic Services at the Fresno Regional Lab.
How long have you been a latent print analyst?
2 years with the DOJ Automated Print Section, and currently 2 years with the Fresno Regional Lab.
What does a latent print analyst do?
A latent print analyst conducts fingerprint examinations, comparisons, automated entries, processing evidence for latent prints, processing crime scenes, vehicles for latent prints, testify in court, and prepare written reports and assist other law enforcement agencies in latent prints.
When you talk about fingerprint comparisons, are you talking about getting a lifted fingerprint or a fingerprint provided by law enforcement and then analyzing it to find if there's a match in a certain database?
Yes.
What training have you received to be a latent print analyst?
I have my bachelor's degree in criminology from the California State University of Fresno. I have about 450 hours of formal training consisting of fingerprint examinations, comparisons, automated entries, processing evidence for latent prints, processing crime scenes, photography, Photoshop for fingerprints, courtroom testimony. I am a member of the California Facial Ridge Study Group, a member of the International Association for Identification, and I am a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification.
How many fingerprint comparisons have you done during the course of your career?
Tens of thousands. I've lost count.
And this is fair to say what you do day in and day out?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the automated latent print system, also known as ALPS?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the section with the California Department of Justice Bureau of Criminal Information and Analysis. It is their AFIS system that they use to search latent prints against databases.
When you say AFIS system, what do you mean?
AFIS stands for the Automated Fingerprint Identification System. It is the database where we search fingerprints against people with records or fingerprint records in the database.
Have you testified as an expert in court previously about latent fingerprint comparisons and latent fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I testified about 10 times as an expert in fingerprints with the Tulare County Superior Court.
At this time, I'd like to offer Mr. Yang as an expert in the area of fingerprint comparison and the use of the automated latent fingerprint system.
Okay?
Just briefly.
Okay, briefly. Okay. All right, everybody hold tight. Thank you. Off the record.
We got to side by. They only have like 10 more minutes because they're breaking at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. So they only have like, I know the judge is trying to get this guy in, but they only have like 10 minutes. All right, so this is Tu Yang, latent print analyst. Before that, we heard more from Isaac Chessman. He was great. I like him.
We just clarified some questioning for direct, so it's all good.
Mr. Yang, when you receive latent fingerprints to analyze, are those in cases where it can be just a print taken by a general location that police lift and they provide to you?
Yes, either the officers provide the lift cards or I can process the evidence and make my own lift cards or photos if I need to.
And when you run prints or you do comparisons and identifications using the APHIS system, that doesn't mean that someone who has prints in that system has a criminal record, correct?
That is correct.
Someone who has a driver's license and goes to DMV could be in the APHIS system.
People who were arrested and booked in the jails can have a fingerprint record or palm print record in the system, as well as people who apply for jobs and have their fingerprints live scanned.
So there are a lot of innocent ways that people get their fingerprints in the system.
Yes.
Right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to offer Mr. Yang as an expert in the area of fingerprint comparisons and the use of the automated latent fingerprint system.
Thank you. We have a qualified expert.
And so, Mr. Yang, when you receive a latent fingerprint card from a law enforcement agency, what's the process that you take to make an identification?
The first thing that I do is write down our case number, my initials, and date on the evidence, and then examining, say in this example, the lift cards. I examine the lift cards for any latent prints of value, and then I would analyze the latent print, and if it's sufficient in detail for comparison or automated entry, then if there's a listed subject for comparison, I would compare it to the subject. If not, I would enter it into the automated fingerprint identification system and see if there's a hit, or also known as a potential match.
So I'm going to break this up into two areas of questions. The first is when you're saying if you have, basically you're saying you need a good solid print with certain ridges and other identifiers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are there instances where you can get a print and just the quality of it, maybe it's for some reason doesn't allow you to make a comparison?
Correct. We would describe those as latent prints of no value.
Now, if you have a print that meets the qualifications to be compared, I'm going to go two different ways on this one. If you have a good print and someone has not applied for a job or not been booked into jail or doesn't have their fingerprints in that system, are you able to make a comparison and identification?
So are you saying if I were to search the latent print in the automated database with the subject not having any fingerprint records in the database, if that were to happen, then it would not hit to the subject.
But if someone does have prints in that system, then you can make the comparison as long as that's a good print.
If the person has fingerprint records in the database, then it should hit or be a potential match.
Are you aware of the steps in making a comparison of latent prints? Is this work in this process subject to some level of quality control?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
How do you ensure that there's accuracy within the analysis or the comparison?
We have what we have, our methodology called the ACE-V methodology. It's an acronym standing for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. Analysis is my analysis of the impression to determine its sufficient detail for comparison or automated entry. Comparison is my side-by-side comparison where I look for similarities and differences. Evaluation is where I make my conclusion. And then verification is where another competent examiner repeats the same analysis, comparison, and evaluation on the same impressions to either support or refute my initial conclusion. And then we are also credited, so we go through annual proficiency testings to ensure that we're competent and excel in our job duties.
And so in bringing you back to this case that you were subpoenaed for, did you receive a series of latent prints from the Davis Police Department on May 1st of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And were those received, or were those sent by Danielle Lewis with the Davis Police Department?
On May 1st, yes.
At that time, did you take these latent prints, and you had 3 of them, is that correct?
3 latent print lift cards.
Were any of those prints of a quality that would allow you to do a comparison?
Yes, I observed 1 latent print that was sufficient detail for comparison and automated entry.
And if you can recall, were you able to tell what finger or hand that print came from?
I knew it was a palm print, but because of the detail, it was difficult to determine the orientation of that palm print.
Now, at the time when you received that latent print, did you compare that through the California ID automated latent print system?
Yes.
And did you also compare that latent print to the FBI's next generation identification system?
Yes, I did.
And those are 2 systems that you regularly use in the course of your employment with the California Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
At that time, when you received the prints on May 1st of 2023, and you ran them, were you able to make an identification through a comparison?
From an automated search, no.
On May 3rd of 2023 in the evening hours, did you speak with an investigator, Stephen Jurgensen, about, well, let me step back. Were you aware of the stabbings that had been taking place in the city of Davis over the course of April 27th, 2023, April 29th, 2023, and May 1st, 2023?
I was only aware when I was assigned to this case.
And did you receive a call on May 3rd, 2023 from investigator Stephen Jurgensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive information, or was there a request to rerun that latent print through the databases?
On May 3rd, I may need to refer to my report just for recollection, if that's okay.
And do you have a copy of it with you?
Yes, I do.
With the Dawn's permission?
Yeah, go ahead. We only have a few more minutes with this witness. If there's a way to wrap it up, that'd be great. If not, he's just going to come back.
So on May 3rd, I just made the comparison to the deceased victim. It was May 4th where I talked to the investigator, Stephen Jurgensen, about making a comparison to the subject he provided information to me with.
Did you make well, let me ask you this. Based on the conversation, did you make a comparison to Carlos Dominguez?
On May 4th, yes.
On May 4th?
Yes.
Right, now on May 4th, so going back to the latent prints that we were talking about that you received from the Davis Police Department, did you run those prints and get a confirmation and identification of a specific individual?
I didn't run the latent print into the automated database, but with the information that Stephen Jurgensen provided me with, I logged into another database called the Department of Justice Automated Archive System, where it has the fingerprint records of people who were either arrested and live scanned in the jails or applied for jobs and were live scanned. So I retrieved the subject's fingerprint record or palm print record, and then I compared the latent print to it.
And at that point you were able to make that identification?
Yes, I did.
All right, and so just to be clear, when you went through that process, who did you identify that latent print that we talked about? Who was it identified to?
I made that latent print to Carlos Dominguez.
And did you attribute the date of birth to that with the information you had?
Objection, foundation, that's the
Assistant.
When you run the database or run these prints through the database, does it associate to the information, or is it linked to the information if someone is live scanned through a jail or through an employer?
I believe it does, but it's a lot of numbers that's beyond my scope. It provides me a name and date of birth and SID number of the subject.
What's SID?
SID stands for State Identification Number. It's a number that indexes an individual's person's history record.
And that's information that you include in your report that you generate?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 23. Ready, Coach John?
Okay.
And Mr. Yang, do you recognize People's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Is that a report that you generated as part of your latent print analysis?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that report?
Yes.
And does that report capture the analysis you did of the first one where you got no identification, and then what we just talked about where you attributed latent print to Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you make that report in the regular course of your duties?
Yes, I do.
And did you make that report the same day or close in time to when you performed this analysis?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the way that report is made and prepared?
Yes, I am. And
are you familiar with the sources of information that are used to generate that report?
You're talking about the information on the report?
Yes.
Yes.
And as you described earlier, did your report go through the same quality control checks to ensure its accuracy and reliability?
Yes, my report was technically reviewed and administratively reviewed by my supervisor.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Any questions?
Very briefly.
Okay, briefly.
Sir, the fingerprints that you compared to the latent print, those were the fingerprints taken from Carlos Reales Dominguez when he was arrested and booked in Guillory County Jail on May 3rd, 2023?
Are you talking about the known impressions that I compared the latent print to?
Yes.
On May 4th or May 3rd?
I'm just asking, the prints that you were given prints belonging to Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
When were those prints taken, if you know?
I don't know when they were taken, but I retrieved them on May 4th.
And you can assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested and fingerprinted on May 3rd. When you did tests prior to May 3rd, you didn't find any matches, correct?
I did not find any matches.
And the latent print you compared, are you giving the information where it was taken from, or are you just given a number that identifies it?
I was given information on the back of the lift card of where the latent print was collected from.
Okay. And just so we're clear, where was the latent print you matched collected from?
The Black Path brand water bottle.
Now, you never saw the water bottle, you're just relying on what was described on the latent print, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. One question, so we don't have to call Mr. Yang back.
Go ahead.
Mr. Yang, are latent prints, unique to a specific individual?
Yes, latent prints or fingerprints are unique and persistent. Unique meaning that no two different fingers of the same persons or any other persons are the same. And persistent meaning that fingerprints are formed prior to birth and remain naturally unchanged during the course of one's life until decomposition.
Does that include palm prints as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we're done, right?
Just clarify, this was a palm print or a fingerprint that you mentioned?
A palm print.
And can you tell which palm from the? You can't tell right or left.
During my initial analysis, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And after your analysis, was it right or left?
When I made the identification, it was the left palm.
Thank you.
Okay, we did it. All right, Mr. Yang, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial will continue Monday at 9:30. And it's important to remember the three-part admonition at all times. Have a great weekend. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss. Don't research. And I'll see you Monday. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your service this week. Off the record.
All right. I got some fun things to show you guys, so don't dash off. We're not done just yet. But I'm going to stay here because sometimes they come back. But we were just listening to, Tu Yang was talking. Latent print analyst, fingerprint comparison. Basically, he was able to match, it was left palm, and he was able to match that to a Carlos. I think they might be done. Sometimes they come back. Oh.
Presence of the jury. So anything we need to address before we return Monday, Mr. Kimura? And can you give me the names of the witnesses that you anticipate calling on Monday?
I do have to make a couple of arrangements because I moved people around today so we can adjourn early. But what I could do is over the weekend email the court.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. And I appreciate you being flexible with the court. And so when you get that, please email it.
Certainly.
I appreciate it. Anything for the defense?
I have no objection to the motion to eliminate regarding playing the entirety of the video. So.
Okay, right. So that's a motion eliminate that was filed May 9th. How long is the tape?
I think it's just under 19 minutes, Your Honor.
19 minutes. Okay.
Mr. DeMora,
let's meet and confer regarding a time to do this. I'd like to do it at the end of the day. And this is really a collateral issue at this point, and I don't want to compromise having witnesses called. So maybe we can get to it towards the end. Find a time to put it in.
Mr. DeMora is talking with me about maybe just leaving it be and not doing anything, which may be what we end up doing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, with respect to Ms. Guillory, I mean, she's a victim of a crime, and she has very limited information about this situation. And she testified, and both sides had a shot to explore that. And I really think that we're getting into a collateral issue that's really not central to the work that our jury's going to do. So That's my view of it. But anyway, I would allow you, if you decide you want to do it, to play that tape. Okay, great. We'll see everyone. We have no reason to be here at 9 o'clock then. So I'll be walking out, checking on you at 9:15 on Monday. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Off the record.
All right, so now they are off the record. All right. So that was a pretty interesting day. We heard from correctional officer. We heard from Shannon Hall, who was dispatch. We heard from Danielle Lewis, who was property evidence supervisor. Christine Barros, who was married to Isaac. I thought they were like the two. I appreciated them the most. I liked Isaac and Christine. They were the best. They were the husband-wife team there, the duo. And then there was Tu Yang at the very, very end. So, Deanna May, do you think he says off the record at home? Off the record. All right, so I got some things that are not. Let's see, are they? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Hold on. Let's go to. Let's see. Deanna sent me some photos, but I'm actually going to go to. Was it 2nd and L Street? Was that what it was, Deanna? 2nd and L Street. All right, let's check out 2nd and L Street. All right, 2nd and L Street. 2nd and L Street, Davis, California. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is where they were hanging out. We're going to go there. Let's check this out. So this will give you an idea of where all this was happening. All right, so hold on. All right, so there's the train tracks that they're talking about, right? There's the P&G. Here, let's drop a pin. All right, so there's the train tracks. Oh, there's that. Is that the apartment complex? I think that's the apartment complex, right? I think that's the apartment complex. There's the P&G. Okay, here's P&G. Right? So, all right. So, Deanna, where... 2nd and L Street. Okay, here's 2nd Street. I gotta find L. Oh, and here's L Street. All right, so here's 2nd and L. All right, so where exactly were they? Okay, so they were... All right. Are they down this way? Is this where they were? No. Am I going the right way? Seems like I'm going the wrong way. Other way. Okay. Other way, other way, other way. Down here? Turn to the left. How can I turn to the left? Were they down here? Ah, there they are. Okay, these. Is this right? I think that might be correct. Does that look right? I know there's a delay, so I'll wait a second. Is that right? That looks correct. Right? Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so the left side. All right, so let me go. So they were over here. So this is where they were hanging out, and then this is where they were, the person that they saw was jumping in and out of these things, right? So they're hanging out over here, right? This is where they're hanging out. That's where they were hanging out. All right. That's pretty cool. What are these people doing? Scootering about. So that's where they were hanging out, right? Right in here. And then they saw dude from Khalif from Steve's Pizza cruising through here. Where's Steve's Pizza? Let's find Steve's Pizza. Where's Steve's Pizza? Steve's Pizza, F Street. All right, so Steve's Pizza. Let's do directions from 2nd and L Streets. How close is that? All right, so what the heck is this guy doing? What's this Khalif? Yeah, what's Khalif doing? So Steve's Pizza is here. It's a half a mile. What's he doing down in here? Oh, like, right? That's kind of weird. What do you think he's doing? That seems very strange. Khalif from Steve's Pizza. I don't quite understand why you're doing that, but all right. Hellcat, go get some pizza. I had pizza for lunch. Pizza, Coops. Yep, Pizza Friday. Go get yourself some pizza. All right, so that's cool. So thank you, Deanna, for that. And then there's apartments past P&G. Okay, yeah, we kind of saw that, right? The apartments are right in here. Well, here's P&G. The apartments are like right in here, right? Are the apartments like right here? All right, that's P&G. So do you think he was heading this way? Or was he going over here? Maybe he was walking down here. But he was coming from this way. Right? He was coming from that way, so I don't know. That just seems a little sus. Nope, you're going to Katy Perry. Good luck, Hellcat. Maybe pizza guy lived in the apartments and walked to work. So, hold on a sec. I'm confused now. Hold on. All right. I don't have my bearings yet. Which way are we looking? Hold on. So are we going this way? Let's see. Okay, no. So that's, he came from this way. So now why is he running back that way? I guess, or he was running this way. All right, so he came from here and he was running this way. I guess he was running this way. And then there's apartments over here. Are these apartments over here, I guess? That's storage. Who lives over here? All right. Anyway, we're going down a rabbit hole. I want to show you something else, though. This is pretty cool. I want to show you, if you live in the southeast of the United States, heads up, because there's a Soviet rocket. I'm sorry, Soviet spacecraft that's falling to Earth. So you can see let's see, southeast. It's also goes over the Middle East there too. Possibly over, yeah, definitely goes over Europe and the UK. So heads up if you, okay, so here's the deal. So failed Soviet spacecraft Cosmos 482 could crash to Earth overnight tonight after more than 50 years in the wrong orbit. So it will conclude its roughly, 50-year jaunt through the Earth's orbit this weekend, with experts predicting it could crash back to our planet as soon as tonight, which is May 9th. Right? So it could, let's see, it's poised to enter Earth's atmosphere at approximately 2:26 Eastern tonight. So basically 2:30 tonight. The uncertainty is plus or minus 4.5 hours, giving us an estimated reentry window of roughly 10 p.m. These are all Eastern, so 10 p.m. Eastern to 7 a.m. So it's 10 p.m. tonight to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, right? So let's see. And that's plus or minus 2.4 hours. The atmospheric density is in the lower altitudes is very uncertain. Could result in large prediction uncertainties. Falling like a meteor through the atmosphere, the roughly 3 foot wide, so 1 meter, 1,000 pounds, which is 495 kilograms, could hit virtually anywhere on the planet. It could land at any point between 52 degrees north and 52 degrees south. An enormous swath of the planet that includes almost every major populated area. Luckily, the odds are overwhelming in favor of the spacecraft landing in the ocean, right? Because we know that generally these land in the ocean. As most uncontrolled space junk reentries do, experts won't be able to narrow down the landing zone until hours before the reentry happens due to somewhat unpredictable effects of atmospheric drag. So what is the Cosmo 482? So it was a probe that was built and launched in 1972 as part of the Soviet Union's Venera mission to explore Venus. The Soviets successfully launched Venera 7 and 8 probes, which were the first two spacecraft to successfully land on Venus in 1970 and 1972, respectively. Yeah, Africa is happy. Yeah, Africa and South America, Canada, Asia, they're not going to get hit with it, right? So it was built, so this Cosmo 482 was built as a sister probe to Venera 8. However, due to a malfunction with the Soyuz rocket that launched it into space, the probe failed to achieve enough velocity to reach Venus, instead getting stuck in an elliptical or oval shape orbit around the Earth for more than 50 years until now. All right, hold on. Designed to survive a fiery fall through Venus's atmosphere, the Cosmo 482 descent craft is likely to stay in one piece as it crashes to Earth this weekend. It'll be traveling approximately 150 miles an hour, or 242 kilometers. Now, while its intriguing history has earned the lander media attention, Cosmo 482 is just one of more than 1.2 million pieces of space junk in Earth orbit, larger than 0.4 inches or 1 centimeter. Orbital collisions and uncontrolled reentries are becoming increasingly common, with intact satellites or rocket bodies now re-entering the Earth's atmosphere on average more than 3 times a day. The larger pieces of space junk come from a range of spacecraft, rockets, and boosters that are big enough to survive reentry and reach the ground. We are seeing a rise in reentries involving larger objects that can partially survive and reach the surface. Some of these larger objects are defunct space race era objects like Cosmos 428. These objects were in highly eccentric orbits and are now naturally decaying after decades in space. So there you have it. It just has eventually decayed. Its orbit is eventually decaying, and this is the time it's going to fall. So I hope that answers your question, Hellcat. So there you go. So if you live in the southeastern part of the United States, if you live in the UK, if you live in Europe, if you're watching us in the Middle East, Persian Gulf, heads up. Yet one more thing too. The sky is falling. So there you go. So with that, I shall leave you. Anything else? Oh, thank you, Drunky. For those that didn't see the T-shirt, earlier, Drunky the Bear provided the squeegee, right? Very nice shirt. Thank you so much for that, Drunky. Appreciate it. I'm gonna. It does look a bit large, but I'm going to. I'll throw it in the laundry and put it on Monday. I'll see. Maybe you'll see me wearing it on Monday. That'll be cool, right? So, thank you to Drunky. Appreciate it. Thank you to Fala. We went to the P.O. box today, and Fala got us these. Fala got us these, right? So thank you to that. Thank you for that, Fala. And Drunky, yep, Chicken Little for sure. Yep, for sure. Yep. Oh yeah. What do you got to say for yourself? What's up? Oh, what's up? What's up? Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Is it time to go have some wine? Is it time to go have some wine? Yeah. Okay. I think it might be time to go have a drink or two. And thank you, Coops, for your generous donation, and Capri, thank you for your fantastic donation. Really appreciate it. So with that, guys, have a wonderful weekend. As always, I leave you with Super Bowl, because I know we deal with a lot of intense stuff. So have a great weekend. Thank you, Drunky. Thank you, Capri. Thank you, Coops. We will see you guys, I guess, probably 9:30. So that's 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central. I'm sorry, 9:30 Pacific, 12:30 Eastern. Have a great weekend, and we will see you guys. We'll see you guys on Monday. All right. Bye.